Well, good morning, everyone, and wherever you're joining us from around the world, sorry it's a little later than planned, but we're set and ready to go here today for Saturday, the first full day coverage here on English language from the B-Quik Thailand Super Series opening round at the Buriram International Circuit, the Chang International Circuit, if you will, as well. And as you can see here on screen, our first new series that we haven't covered before joining us here this morning. Welcome to the FIA F4 Southeast Asia Championship, which will kick off our racing coverage here from the circuit today, and it leads a full list of the entire set of B-Quik Thailand Super Series and the Super Series by B-Quik Supercar categories to go today. Daniel Yeaman here this morning, joining you on the microphone, in addition to keeping tabs on all of these things here with the controls and such. And I'm joined by Scott Rankin, who will be on the microphone today as well. I'm filling in for Reese Gardner, who will be back, as he mentioned, Scott, tomorrow to join you. But nevertheless, it's a full day lineup for us this weekend, of course. And a brand new category for us to have a look at as well to kick things off this morning.
Yeah, I can't believe that we actually get to see some open wheelers. I'm really looking forward to what categories we'll actually get when we get to the Bang Sen Street Course, of course. Like, could you imagine Formula 4? Remember how good Porsche Cup was there? We saw some shots of it last year, but Porsche Cup Asia joined the action. So it's been good to get different categories coming and joining the series from different locations, different kinds of series. But yeah, first time in action for an open wheeler series as a part of the Thailand Super Series coverage across the weekend. So this will be something a little bit unique. Driver's going to be all new to us as well, and a reminder that it's over Southeast Asia as well. So it's not just the Thailand region, it's right across the Asian region. Formula 4, that stepping stone in terms of your open wheel cars as well. It's really, really critical to get on board these things nice and early. Start developing your driver and driving skills from a very, very young age. If you can't go wheel to wheel on these things at a young age, you're going to find it more and more difficult as you advance. The biggest thing as well, stepping stone across to Europe. If you're capable of taking the giant leap and moving across to Europe, well, you're going to have success in this series. Perhaps a race in Formula 1 will beckon for the biggest and brightest of stars. Worthwhile noting as well, Dan, after the racing action last night in the wet, a lot more dry this morning, but that will mean some of that built-up rubber has washed away. We will have a much more green track at our disposal.
Oh, 100% we will. Now, I've just gone and dug up the calendar for F4 Southeast Asia because I thought this was probably worth having a look at. So this is actually the second round of F4 SEA for 2025. They started off the season at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. In fact, it was literally 2 weeks ago they kicked off the racing. 2 weeks? No, I can't count. It was 3 weeks ago already. Jeez, we can cram a lot of weekends in May, apparently. We're here at Chang for round 2. And round 3 of the season is indeed F4 SEA will be joining us at the Bang Sen Grand Prix, Scott. So we will see them in July for 3 races around that place. So you will get to have your wish this year of the fact that we will have open wheel cars racing around the tight and twisty streets of Bang Sen. And then I believe, looking at the calendar here, we will also see them at Sepang. I've just got to, again, at Sepang when TSS races. I just got to confirm which weekend that is that lines up with F4 Southeast Asia. So, in fact, by the looks of things here, they won't join us for the final race at Chang. That The series will be already done by then. On the 19th to 21st of September, which is the second weekend of TSS racing in Sepang. So basically it's every second event almost, with the exception of these two events here at Chang and then Bang Sen. So that's a bit of a hint there as to how we'll see the F4 Southeast Asia Championship this year. Scott will miss a couple of races, but nevertheless we will get to see a good chunk of the championship raced out this year as part of our overall English coverage of TSS.
Yeah, good to see him as well. And, you know, the biggest thing, like we said, driver development. That's what it's all about. You need to get out to a range of circuits when you are growing and developing as a driver. So this is really, really important to the future of the driver base in the region and the teams at large as well. So this morning's race is going to be critical. 3 races, I believe, in operation this weekend for the team. So this is going to be a really, really important one to sort of figure it out. Who's got the pace? Qualifying sessions have already been run and done. That was done yesterday. And now who can make the tyres last over a distance? Should be a little bit more hardier tyre than the Hankook semi-slicks as we'll roll away on the formation lap. And I think this little car and track combination is going to be quite good for racing action in Formula 4 as well.
I mean, yeah, as you said, this is a circuit very much, primarily designed and notable for the Thai MotoGP. Speaking of which, we now bring in the sound along with the vision of what's happened here at the circuit. We've had issues here at the start of the formation lap, and in particular, it looks like the 44 Star Performance F4 car of Warapong Aimichan, actually one of the 2 drivers registered as being from Thailand in this championship, has been unable to get the car started off the grid, it seems, so the marshal's giving him a push. Now Scott to try and get that back to the pits. It looks like he's going to have to abandon his position of 9th on the grid today and try and get the thing fired up in the pit lane and then start from the pits. So all things considered, not too much. I can tell you've got 10 starters, so starting from the pits rather than 9th, I mean, you lose obviously a bit of time from the pit lane start, but it's not going to be a big disaster. So some questions in our TSS YouTube chat about weather. What I can say is that apparently the latest conditions we're looking at around already being 27 to 28 degrees Celsius air temperature. I just don't have a certain track temperature number to find for this one. Actually, maybe.
One of the biggest things we were looking at weather yesterday was actually precipitation. So we're talking a lot about rain. Well, for the viewers watching along at home, we're due to get that about through the afternoon. Sometime from about 1 p.m. is when it really spikes up, and we're scheduled to get the highest potential for rain. So expect to see that through the middle of the day, and the back end is when you'll see the greatest chance of getting some more rain coming our way. There is a chance of rain basically the entire time across the weekend. So it's a very, very strong chance at some point we will see some. What the format of that rain looks like, we don't know. We're not 100% certain yet because it is a changing forecast all the way through the weekend. So
yeah, I'm just seeing if I have. Yeah, I think I can get basically air temperature and conditions. And indeed, yeah, there's the threat of thunderstorms. Also later on today, in addition to just the rain that starts. The radar does paint a spotty and anywhere from clear skies through to moderate and heavy rain. So it could definitely be a bit of an excitement there. So, and as you said, about 1 p.m. local time, which we are now. Forgive me, we're coming up on.
After 8.
After
8:15.
Mm-hmm. So 5 hours from now, give or take, chance of rain increases from around 20 to 25%, as you said, up into the 50% range. So that afternoon session, basically when we return from a short break whilst there's hot laps and stuff happening at the circuit, that's going to be important to note here. Well, it looks like 2 cars have been pulled off the grid for this one here to start this session. So it's time to get ready for the first race of the day. Formula 4 Southeast Asia Championship, supported by certified by the FIA. 5 lights are on, 25 minutes on the clock, and we are green, Scott. And looks like we've got ourselves a lot of angles in here to get a good launch away. But I think our pole sitter, number 12 of Sao Hong Dut, has been able to control the start here as they lead into turn 1. All cars that have started on the grid have made their way through, and we're all okay. And it looks like we've got one car there exiting the pits, the 22, I believe, of Wang Zhongwei, according to timing. But I think we've lost a car in the form of the 44, Warapong Aim Wichan, not being able to get the car started yet and out on track.
Yep, so hopefully he will get that one back out there, but it looks like we're going to have ourselves a non-starter for the first event of the day. Wide down at turn 3 and around the outside, unfortunately. That means positions are going to be lost as the tyres start to come up to temperature. Weaving aggressively, trying to get temperature into these little tyres. They're narrow little tyres. They're narrow little cars. They don't have a whole lot of horsepower. Latest gen of the FIA of 4 machines.
Yeah, it's a compact little package, these things, and as much as there's aerodynamic grip, you are, very much mechanically limited. I mean, at the same time, it's offset by the fact there's not a ton of power that you have to worry about with these cars. So all things in balance, I would suggest, as we round up turns 8 and 9 already. These cars are going to be rapid compared to what we see most of the day, with the exception of getting to the TSS Supercar GT categories later on, of course. So we're already out rounds 10 and 11 for this first lap, and I mean, you look at the lineup here for teams, and so it is pretty much 3 teams. 1, 2, I can count. It's 4. 4 teams in attendance this weekend. You've got Evans GP with 3 drivers: Sao Hong Dut, Seth Gilmore, and Thomas Yu Lee, who are currently running 1st, 2nd, and 4th to get this first lap completed. Then you've got Ayrton Asdathorn, the first car from Star Performance, number 51. Eyes there on the 56 of Thomas Yu Lee, speaking of. So there's one of your Evans GP cars there that we focused on out of turn 1 for a second. So looking in now here, 24. That's Seth Gilmore, our one Australian registered in this field here. So a little bit of local representation. Shout out. Let's go. He's currently 1.4 seconds off the leader there in Sao Hong Dut through sector 1. A reminder that the timing numbers there on screen on the tower should update when we go through sector by sector. Let's go. Second team here. So again, Star Performance has Ayrton Asdathorn, who's currently running 3rd place, and actually there on screen in the 51 light blue F4 machine. Their second car, unfortunately, is Warapong Aim Wichan. Although timing is now suggesting, no, I think it's actually stuck because they're not actually out on the circuit. Or I take that back. According to timing, he's actually gotten out, but ahead of the leaders and a lap down. So at risk of going 2 laps down here, unfortunately, for the second Star Performance car today. Then the 3rd team that's in numbers got 4 drivers from Black Arts Racing: Inigo Anton, Rishon Rajiv, Joshua Berry, and Bainam An Yuan. Apologies if I'm absolutely making a mouthful of that one there. That is your drivers actually all in a row, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And final team in participation this weekend, Scott, Origin Motorsport with Wang Zhongwei in the 22 car, who's currently 9th, the last car running on the lead lap of this one, is 2 laps down and ticked off, and about 3.5 minutes clocked off there. So doing now 1 minute 39s at the front of the field. I'll have to quickly crunch the numbers on how many laps we can expect, because it is time certain, plus the 1 lap to 25 minutes today.
Yeah, so that'll be the big thing, 25 minutes. It'll be more than 12 laps, which is the duration of the Ecos pickups that we'll be expecting later on in the day. They get through in about 20 minutes or so. But won't be too much further after, probably be somewhere in the realm of 15 laps coming our way. Tight battle at the moment. This one on the circuit. They're going toe-to-toe, and they're going to head down to turn 4 side by side as well, just half a nose on. Managing to back out, though. Not quite able to complete the pass. Looks like that's for 5th and 6th.
Blue flags in display there. I think that's Warapong that is going by and around now as we focus in here. So this is the battle. 4th on the back with Thomas Yu Lee, Rishon Rajiv in particular, who are very close through turns 9, 10, and 11 here. See, Black Arts Racing Machine of Achieve. What does he potentially have? Cut away back to the race lead, Sao Huang Dat. Now got a gap of 2.6 seconds across the line, and the fastest lap out on track by nearly a whole second on that last one there in front of Seth Gilmore. So looking quite comfortable for the Evans GP driver here at the start of this one. And yes, just running through the numbers of about 1:39 a lap. If the race leader can hang on to that, we will get to be on lap 16 when the timer hits 0. So that means we should actually be able to stretch to a 17th lap if he keeps this pace up here today. Good here for the race leader on that. And speed traps here. Now the speed trap, if it's any surprise, is taken on the approach to turn 3, the main hairpin on the circuit. Turn 2 does count as a kink in the track here out of along that main straightaway. Top speed actually goes to Inigo Anton in the Black Arts Racing number 33 car. 225 kilometers an hour recorded on the track so far. And saying that, Sao Hong Da. Oh, car in the gravel, and that is the 37 of Bai Nam Ang Nguyen, the 4th of the Black Arts Racing cars. And oh, there's that there, frustration behind the wheel. And with a car buried like that, there is only one possible outcome, which will be the safety car, surely. Ben Nguyen. Actually, there you go. Excellent. We'll try and remember that one for future. There's oh, look at that, he's frustrated. And as expected, car trapped in the gravel is going to require the deployment of the safety car to neutralize the field. So that will cut down our number of racing laps we'll get today, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll be able to catch exactly, I think that's on the outside of turns 4 and 5, but I can't say for certain. No, pardon me. 37 did make it to the sector 2 timing line. So it's possibly somewhere up around 8 or 9 then in that case. But we'll see if a chance of a replay here. Lo and behold, mate. No, it is off the exit of turn 5. Never made it then. Oh, it's broken the right front.
Tire? Was that off before he got in there?
Oh, really hard to say with the angle or the amount of replay we get there. Either it's failed, yes, under brakes and into the corner. It's very noticeable when it hits the gravel, though. And it's hard to say from the start of the replay as they were panning to Ben Nguyen's car. So I'm not entirely certain if it was broken before or after it entered the gravel there, folks. So if it was, that obviously makes a very easy explainer for why the car hasn't been able to make the corner at turn 5. Otherwise, if it's broken through the gravel, that's definitely unfortunate to say the least. So thankfully, Nguyen is perfectly okay and walking away. Well, not perfect, actually. He's walking away from the car unassisted, so hopefully that was a relatively minor stop and crash for him. And just now means that we're going to have to wait on the recovery team to get that car out of the gravel before we can get this one back racing here. And well, so far on this one, Scott, field has been somewhat spaced. A couple of battles were potentially threatening there in the mid-pack. The main thing to take a note on here is that we've now got 3 cars that have had track limits warnings. One of them has picked up 2 warnings. I'll read you through them now. The first warning went to the number 25, which is Rishon Rajiv, who's currently in 5th place. Got a warning for exceeding track limits at turn 1. Then the number 33, Inigo Anton, got a track limits warning at turn 4. The 37, which was Ben Nguyen, got a track limits warning for turn 3. Well, unfortunately, it's a bit obviously null and void at this point in the race. And then a second warning for Inigo Anton, track limits this time at turn 6. So, going to have to be mindful that, of course, you do have a lot of runoff you can use here if you get a little bit too greedy or something comes out from underneath you here. But nevertheless, the stewards are watching and they will make a note about it if you try and push your luck by extending the track surface.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to be out there, you got to be challenging the track limits, but not too far. And have a look at them weaving madly. They are desperate to keep any tyre temperature that they possibly can. Getting another replay here as we go on to safety car for the first time today. Could join us a few times throughout the duration, particularly if we do get some of those thunderstorms later on. Remember the eco race from yesterday afternoon going to red flag conditions just because of the weather and how quickly it came down. Very reminiscent of a lot of races we've seen at Sepang over the years too. Either way, safety car currently on circuit. Moment, 5 laps in. We've got about 14 minutes on the clock at the moment. So going to be a long day here, Dan. Why don't we take the opportunity to run through the order of things that are coming our way? Have we got access to those ones?
Yeah, let me grab that schedule document. It's buried somewhere in my downloads, I think. So I just got to fish it out to get it up. There it is. Let's get this up. I believe this is still classed as a provisional program, but I think it's as good as the actual program. It is revision 8 and was published on the 22nd of... Well, it was actually published 22nd of April, but I believe it's going to be fairly accurate to what's the deal with today's racing. So, F4 Southeast Asia, currently here on screen right now. 25 minutes plus a lap, and they've got a maximum of 30 minutes to get through all of the racing here today. After that, the pits will then open up for Thailand Super Pickup Division 1's second race of the weekend. So our Class A and B truck drivers will hit the track as the first TSS category today. We usually see them at the end of the day, so that's a bit of a change in the order of things for them. So 12 laps, standing start race for them. That'll be then shortly followed by Thailand Super Eco with their second race of the weekend for another 12 laps. And then, for the first time this weekend and this year, as a result for us, we will see Thailand Super Touring out on the circuit for their first 60-minute plus 1 lap races. So that is your morning's coverage. As we've just seen, their safety car is coming in this lap and going to be in the hands of Sao Hong Dat very shortly, and tyre warming is certainly the name of the game as well. So plenty of weaving here in the queue, and he's also backed it up big time to probably give himself a big chance to go and run them down to the final corner once the track is declared green flag with the safety car back in the pit lane. So 4 categories, 4 races this morning. Most of them are sprints with just the 1 hour Super Touring race. There you go. Safety car's back in the pit lane. Green flag is back out, and I think Hong Da has taken that as an immediate invitation to put the foot down. Yes, he has indeed. There he streaks away towards turn 12 to try and build a margin on teammates Seth Gilmore and the rest of the field behind the two leading Evans GP cars. Back underway, green flag. We have ourselves a half a race to go. 12 minutes on the clock out of the 25 we had to start this race.
And that was Warrapong, the final car, the 44 machine. Actually, sorry, it mightn't have been. Yes, actually, it was indeed the 44 machine of Warrapong. Out in the background, running wide at turn 1, and again, I think it's the same car at turn 2 as well, so he's having a lot of problems trying to get that car turned in. No, that would have been Wang Zhongwei, running wide at turn 1. Either way, Sawe's got the lead. He's got a little bit of a comfortable margin, and streaking away through Sector 1. The problem will be is that I reckon the Evans GP crew would absolutely love a podium lockout in race 1 of the weekend, and right now standing in the way is Ayrton Asterthorn in 3rd place for the Star Performance Racing team, the 51 machine. Big wiggle as Seth Gilmore came through turn 4, carried a little bit too much entry speed. Well, you have the Star Performance branding on the side of the 51. So as they make their way down through turn 5, 6 and 7. Short shoot down to 8, you can just see the margin. Touch of debris there on the right hand side, might have been a tear off by the look of things. Settle themselves back in.
Yeah, the positions of drivers here on this race restart. Thomas Yu Lee looks to be a little more under pressure from the 2 Black Arts racing cars of Rishon Rajiv and Inigo Anton, more than being able to put the pressure on Asterthorn for that 3rd place position, because there we go, focus on 4th, 5th and 6th here on screen as they get this first full lap after the safety car restart completed. And immediately, Sao Hongat on his last, on the restart lap with 139.3. versus 1 minute 40s for Gilmore and Asdathorn, and then 41, low 141s, high 1 minute 40 for Inigo Anton. They're on this restart lap, so it looks like it's very much going to be Hong Dutt's race to lose if he can keep punching out laps to get him a 2-second gap on a single lap off the restart. Check back in now with what looks like it will be more a battle for second with no threat from behind. Asdathorn is all clear to keep turning the screws steadily on Seth Gilmore here, Scott. And that's all you need. It's both of them pushing the limits of their car's grip at turn 4. There with a bit of a wiggle, but no major issues for either car.
Most importantly, first warning for track limits down at turn 3, and that goes to race leader Sawa Hong Dutt. So that would have been on the outside of the exit of turn 3. Either way, race control keeping an eye on. First warning, though, is the big key to that one. I mean, he's got a few more up his sleeve, and race car drivers tend to use every little bit of those warnings that they get available to themselves. Second warnings critically for the 37 machine, 25 machines, and 33 machines, which is 37 is unfortunately Hoi Nam An, who's now out of the race. 33 of Inigo Anton has his second warning for track limits, as well as the 25 machine, which is that of Rishon Rajiv, who sits in 5th place at the moment in that little battle. So those 3 drivers are certainly using track limits to attack and defend from each other. A little bit more of a gap now for Thomas Yu Lee, so you'll stretch the legs a little bit more, but you can see that Ayrton is actually really starting to close in now on the back of Seth Gilmore. We'll show the nose just to try and get him looking in the mirrors, but nothing doing down at turn 3.
Now, as you see the back of the 2 cars here out of turn 3, I could have sworn when we last saw the rear of these cars back down at turn 12, the final corner, that the rain lights were on the 24 of Seth Gilmore and possibly the race leader Sao Huang Dutt for a moment. But we'll talk about that later, because the 2 black cars, racing cars, almost side by side through turn 4. They will be side by side on the brakes into turn 5, and it will be Rishon Rajiv, I believe, getting back ahead of Inigo Anton there. Yes, defending the position there. So they had an exchange actually on the run out of turn 3, I believe, because they didn't change order on the timing screens, and the timing screens do update sector by sector, but had to reclaim that 5th place there from his teammate, and as a result, Thomas Yu Lee, now he has no pressure from behind in the form of these Black Arts Racing drivers who are going out of there. So there you go, try and remember that one there. Rajiv with the yellow wing mirrors and halo sticker / accent, and Inigo Anton, I think that's a light blue on the halo accent. Here we go, up towards turn 1, gets very close with a bit of draft assistance, I'm sure. Is he close enough to maintain the draft run down towards turn number 3? As we're now getting into the crunch time of this race. It's enough to make Rajiv go defensive, cover off from his area all the way to the inside. He can't afford to leave a door open. Anton on the racing line, but it's such a wide corner that there's plenty of space for Rajiv to cover him off. The switch back, though, indeed, Scott, that's going to be important on the run to turn 4.
Yeah, got great exit speed now. He is right up and underneath that rear wing, and he tried this one last lap. This time he's a lot further alongside. Nose is now ahead, so change for position as Anton's going to get around the outside. Will get the job done as they get down to turn 4. And he's forced Rishon Rajiv to lift a little bit and slot in behind. Now, these guys have been fighting, and the margin now down the road is about 2 seconds to Thomas Yu Lee. Be critical to see if the decision from Rishon Rajiv is to continue fighting his teammate, or if they will start to set sail and look at Thomas Yu Lee and potentially another spot further up the grid. And immediately you can just see that Inigo's actually managed to put, a car length or so over Rishon. So a little bit of clear air certainly helping some lap speed. Again, making touch of time on the exit out of 9 and 10. Climb up the hill towards the final corner at 12. And again, more margin built. So Inigo Anton will have to wait for the lap time to see what it looks like for him compared to Thomas Yu Lee. But I'm going to go ahead and, well, he took half a tenth out of him with the overtake. What can he do with a bit of fresh air? And there's enough margin there. I reckon he's probably safe when they get down to turn 3 as well.
Okay, that'll be important to know. It looks like our closest battle now is very much between Seth Gilmore and Asda Thorn, as we quickly check in here with Sao Huang Dat. That she just set the fastest first sector of the race by 2/10 faster than anyone else on this current lap right now as they all kickstart. Is this now, pardon me? We're on lap number 11 of this one here, 10 laps complete. As this is the battle I think we now need to keep our eyes on, and hopefully we'll be able to stay with it here for you folks, because yeah, no pressure from behind with Lee apparently in a different frame of reference here at this point in the race. So what has Seth Gilmore got? Because the slipstream has been very favourable to Asda Thorn's speed trap numbers, but in saying that, he's also been able to keep this margin relatively steady pretty much the entire time since the restart. So it says to me that Gilmore's got the speed in the corners and under brakes to maintain second for now. Just going to have to be able to keep that up for another 4 minutes, plus the extra lap whenever, wherever time falls zero in this race. Because of course, well, with the way the series works here, once the clock hits zero, then they'll get a board at the start-finish line indicating they've started the final lap next time they cross it. It is not the final lap starts when they're going to hit zero mid-lap, get to zero, and then you start one more.
Is indeed 25 minutes plus 1 lap is the way that it reads at the moment. And I reckon we've probably got 3 laps left available to us right now. Lap time's starting to come through, and Inigo's managed to pull a little bit more margin. So he just ran a 40.655, a 41.2 for Rishon Rajiv. So he is starting to make margin. The problem is he's only taken about 0.2 of a second out of Thomas Yu Lee. The problem with that is that he's going to run out of time before he gets there, unless he can pick up a little bit of toe. If he can make some margin on this lap, might be able to close, but he's going to struggle. He's going to rely on a mistake from Thomas Yu Lee. Have a look at the margin when they get out of turn 3. That's the difference. Rishon was ahead of Inigo a lap and a half ago. Now sits in behind.
He's also been what looks to be absolutely dropped by Inigo Anton. In this first full lap since it's been overtaken, lost 0.4 of a second in sector 1. Two-timing beam is there between turns 6 and 7 and loses another only 0.2. So the drop-off has been on the previous lap, it feels like, more so than this first one. And well, if anything, if he keeps dropping back like this, he might be under pressure from Zhongwei Wang, who's just behind in the 22 Origin Motorsport car, and in fact has picked up a couple of tenths on this last lap as well. Speed through the trap was a little slow for Rajiv on this current lap, 218 kilometers an hour, whereas most other drivers are doing around 223 to 226 or more. So is it an issue with the car, or is it a case of just getting on the brakes early for that number 25 car, which could hamper any defensive efforts? And there's the third of the Black Arts racing cars, and unfortunately it's the final Black Arts racing car running there with Joshua Berry, Singapore national, according to the timing screens. Yep, he's 2.1 seconds behind John Wei Wang, so even gaps for now. And actually, a little update on lap times and the gaps and such. I said it's 2 seconds between Rajiv and Wang. Lap time difference 1.1 seconds on the last lap. So if Zhongwei Wang can keep up the pace, he will 100% get a chance right at the very end of this race to have a crack at that 6th place and take it away from Rishon Rajiv. And back to the battle for second, because it is still close. But once again, middle sector, Seth Gilmore seems to have things under control.
Yeah, he just punched in his fastest second sector of the race too. Critical timing for him to do that. He actually gained about 0.3 of a second. That was enough margin to maybe protect him. Coming up to the final sector, you know, we're going to get an extra lap here. Damn, we're literally 30 seconds to the time. So we're going to get 2 more laps worth of racing. That might be enough time for Inigo Anton to run down Thomas Yu Lee, and that will be critical if he can get there. And Ayrton Asdathorn did need to see 2 more laps as well, because all of a sudden he fell off on that last lap with issues through the middle sector. So whether or not he just had a moment He was forced to gather it back up. He needs a little bit more time to get closer to Seth Gilmore if he's going to put a challenge on for second spot. Race leader continues to show a clean pair of heels out in front. 5.7 seconds now, the margin for Suwa Hongdat. He looks comfortable, and all he needs to do right now, and I'm sure the team will be talking to him and telling him, yep, no worries, mate, you've just got to settle it in. Well, you say that, and he goes ahead and sets the fastest first sector of the race. So he is not settling down by any stretch of the imagination. He is pressing on.
Yeah, his last lap on the whole as well was only half a tenth off the best lap he's set in the race so far. 129.374 versus a 129.327. So he's looking very much comfortable, in control. The car hasn't faded away underneath him either. Set themselves just over a lap, or just under a lap and a half now, to wrap things up here to get hit the first race of the weekend, first race of the second round of their championship, and the first race of our day as well here to worry about as he comes down to the final corner. You'll see the final lap board here at the start finish line, and indeed our camera crew will pick that up for us here as he comes around the corner. And in fact, how about that? He'll improve the best lap of the race to 139.245 as Gilmore and Asdathorn come around the final corner, and they've got nothing in comparison. But critically, once again, another 3/10 faster was Seth Gilmore. Gap now 1 second across the start-finish line at the start of this final lap.
There's going to be a change for position in between fourth and fifth, and Inigo has managed to run down Thomas Yuli and overtake him. Have a look at the lap time from Yuli. He's fallen off to a 42.256. He's lost 1.5 seconds on his fastest lap of the race. So something's going on for Thomas Yuli. Could have been the battle in there. That's a big pinch of a break for Ayrton Asdathorn, taking it to the limit, trying to run down Seth Gilmore. So there has been an overtake off camera for fourth position. And Inigo Anton has made 2 spots since the resumption of this race. So speed at the back end for the Filipino driver will be a strong asset to him if he can make a touch more time. Another brake lock up, but it was the opposite side brake this time. So he's put flat spots on both the front left and the front right tyres. So you can tell comfortably that Ayrton Asdathorn is pressing on.
Well, good thing he's only got about 2 braking zones and a handful of corners left to get around the end of this race, and then he'll be able to take those tyres off and hopefully put them aside for another time. But back to your race leader, Suwa Hongdat has been supremely comfortable, in control, and uncontested in this race. Out of the final turn, across the start-finish line, he will take your first win of the weekend for the Formula 4 Southeast Asian Championship in this second round of their season. Seth Gilmore ahead of Ayrton Asdathorn for second and third to make it 1-2 for Evans GP. Star Performance, the final car on the podium. Inigo Anton indeed there clears out ahead of Thomas Yuli for fourth, and Rishon Rajiv there just in shot is gonna hang on ahead of Zhongwei Wang, 0.2 of a second. The Origin Motorsport car driver almost got there, but we'll have to settle for a 7th place finish behind sixth. And everyone has already come across the line with Joshua Berry, your final car driver, on the lead lap, and Warapong Aimuchan with the mechanical or technical issues of some kind for the Star Performance number 44. Unfortunately, not able to reclaim the lap that he lost at the very start of the race.
Well, that is going to be your final running order. It was Suwa Hongdat from Seth Gilmore, so it'll be the Vietnamese driver getting it done over the Australian. Ayrton from Thailand, the local driver, will finish on the podium, and he'll enjoy that at his home race. Nigo gets back to 4th spot from Thomas Yuli in 5th. Rounding out your drivers on the lead, that was Rishon Wang and Joshua Warapong, the final driver home. Off the lead lap, 1 lap down after issues at the start. Did get that machine fired and back out there. And of course, you won retirement at the tail end of the field of Hoi Naman. But quick lap times. It's amazing what a little bit of downforce and lightening a car up does to your lap times as well, because they're quite similar to GT3 lap times around here as well, which is pretty cool to see, Dan.
I mean, yeah, end of the day, if you can have a car that's got, not a lot of weight, which means you can throw it around a bit, even with relatively skinny tyres like this, you've got the downforce there to help keep the car planted as well. So it looks like we're going to get our race highlights straight off the bat here. And whilst it's a little more focused from these drivers than, say, what we usually see from our Thai nationals and Thailand categories, the race start really almost felt like it seemed to seal the deal there. And if anything, that's Seth Guachi stealing second place away off the start from Anton Masterthorn with a run round the outside. And covered early, but turns out, there you go, not so much of a need to worry about that. So closely packed up. How's that there at the back is shot? One of the star Black Arts racing cars, I believe, actually bouncing off the exit curb at turn 3 upwards and doing a little bit of a wheelie for us. I would have to wonder, would that possibly be Ben Nguyen? And with that, therefore, being a bit of indication of this, then unfortunately bringing out our one and only safety car as suspension has failed at some point. Just don't know exactly when. For Ben Nguyen, thankfully, able to walk away from that crash, but did pause the racing. Once we got back to it, bit of intra-team battles there for Black Arts, with Nico Anton winning out over Richon Rajiv eventually. And then the battle for second, that could have been, but didn't end up fully eventuating in Scott.
Yep, got close at the back end of the race as well, and Soa Hongdat was able to get it done. And it was the star performance car, number 51 of Ayrton Asdathorn, who locked brakes twice on that last lap, put marks on those tyres, but no one was going to be touching the number 12 machine. Evans GP come away with a race win from Buriram in the hands of Soa Hongdat, and they also managed to put 2 cars on the podium as well. Seth Gilmore follows him home to make it an Evans GP 1-2. Ayrton Asdathorn spoils the party to get home in third, ensure that they don't get to lock the podium out, but strong run from Ayrton Asdathorn says to me that he's capable of at least a second place. I don't know if anyone's going to challenge Soa Hongdat across the weekend. Best lap times, he was 0.7 of a second faster in that one and the competition. And we might actually have some interviews, I reckon, coming our way in English here today. Dan?
Yeah, there's a sort of a mix of things there. So we'll see if we do get some at the moment. Yeah, got the feed up ready in case anything comes through. So we'll have to wait and see as your drivers here. I guess there's Seth Gilmore there. He's a tall lad. How about that? In fact, he's probably taller than most of, if not the entire field, by the looks of things there. So gets himself checked in at the weighing station, and then he'll hopefully be able to take care of things. As you can see there, our Thailand Super Pickup trucks heading to pit exit to be ready to be released shortly. And we've just had an update from James Taylor, who is once again in race control this morning. They've now had a chance to have a coffee, he said, Scott. So looks like we'll hopefully get some messages from them if anything in particular needs our attention. So there's your top 3 cars from F4 Southeast Asia's race 1 of the weekend. They've got 3 races to go across the course of all our action here this week. So we will see them again this afternoon. It's our second last race of the day for their second race of the weekend. And they'll be back on Sunday tomorrow afternoon as well. So that's a bit of an idea of roughly when we'll see them scheduled. Of course, they'll be fitting in amongst all of our, for the rest of the weekend, so slotting in between our Super Series Supercar GT coverage for the most part, is what I can say. So, 1 sprint race down, 2 more to go this morning. Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 trucks is where it'll be at. So we'll just stay here for a little longer and see if we pick up anything from interviews with F4 Southeast Asia, but it would appear to me that we are moving straight into getting ready for Thailand Super Pickup. Pit exit will open, scheduled to open, in about 3 minutes time for trucks as they roll out of the pit boxes and to the pit lane exit standby.
So we're going to step away for just a few moments, ladies and gents. Take a break. We get ready for the Super Pickups D1s.
ครับผมเบสเทอร์บยัมนะครับก็สนามแรกปีนี้นะครับของรายการ Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับก็ปีนี้ก็ถือว่ากติกานี่คือแบบว่าปรับเปลี่ยนมาจากปีที่แล้วครับอย่างเช่นปากเทอร์โบนะครับจากปีที่แล้วเหลือเป็น46มิลปีนี้เหลือ42นะครับเพิ่มน้ำหนักจากปีที่แล้วนะครับตั้งแต่2,500ถึง3,000 3,200เพิ่มรุ่นละ75กิโลกรัมก็ถามว่ามีผลไหมก็เวลาหายอยู่ครับก็ปีแล้ววิ่งไว้1 นาที 52นะครับก็ปีนี้ก็ยังวิ่ง1 นาทีประมาณ54ที่ซ้อมไว้นะครับก็ถือว่าหายประมาณ2จุดครับก็นั่นแหละครับก็คือผมก็ปีนี้ก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับยังไงปีนี้ผมก็ป้องกันแชมป์เต็มตัวแน่นอนครับเพราะว่าแชมป์มา3 ปีติดแล้วครับก็อยากป้องกันนะครับถ้าสมมติว่าเราพร้อมรถเราแรงเราขับดีเราก็ต้องป้องกันแชมป์ได้ครับครับก็อย่างในทีมเราตอนนี้นะครับก็จะมีพี่เต้ครับพี่หนุ่มชาบูเท่าแก่บิ๊กนะครับแล้วก็ซันยูนะครับแล้วก็มีมาเพิ่มใหม่คนหนึ่งนะครับคือพี่ตุ๋มติ๋มก็คือทุกคนก็รอดูว่าผลลัพธ์ที่เราทำกันมาทั้งอาทิตย์ทั้งเดือนเนี่ยว่ามันจะเป็นยังไงครับ
ตุ่มติ๋มได้กลับมาแข่งขันในรายการ Thailand Super Series ในปี 2025 นี้ปีนี้ใช้เบอร์ 24 นะครับ Isuzu D-Max ของทีมโฟตอนเลสซิ่งทีมบายอุดอ๋องระยองนะขับยากมากรถแรงคันและตอนนี้นะครับกระบะดีเซลประเทศไทยแรงไร้ควันเดี๋ยวคุณรอดูเลยว่าไร้ควันจริงไหมฝากเชียร์ตุ่มติ๋มเบอร์ 24 ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
ปีนี้มาขับทีม Total to Thailand นะครับ Compact Brake B-Quik Racing Cut N1 Motorsport Team นะครับปีนี้เป็นอีกปีที่ผมเข้าร่วมแข่งในรายการนี้นะครับใช้รถแข่ง Isuzu นะครับซึ่งเป็นคันใหม่ที่เพิ่งสร้างเสร็จขึ้นมาพอได้มาขับ Isuzu ในปีนี้รู้สึกว่าเป็นรถที่ขับง่ายแล้วก็การ modify การเก็บควันการตกแต่งต่างๆง่ายขึ้นครับแล้วก็อะไหล่หาง่ายครับสำหรับรถแข่งคันใหม่ของผมคันนี้ก็ยังมีจุดต่างๆที่เราต้องหาเซตติ้งที่มันลงตัวมากกว่านี้อย่างเช่นองศาการเลี้ยวหรือว่าจุดเบรกให้มันเหมาะสมกับรถของเราที่น้ำหนักเพิ่มมากขึ้นยังไงฝากแฟนๆ FC ทุกท่านนะครับฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับ1ชานนท์เบอร์36นะครับ
วันนี้ก็มากับทีมIsuzuสุพรรณนะครับโยโกฮาม่าลิควิดโมรีเลสซิ่งทีมครับสำหรับปีนี้ครับก็เตรียมตัวค่อนข้างเยอะครับกับกติกาที่เพิ่มขึ้นครับแล้วก็มีการเซตติ้งรถใหม่แล้วก็ไล่บาลานซ์ทุกอย่างใหม่หมดเลยครับเอาสนามแรกก่อนเลยครับเราก็คาดหวังว่าเราจะเซตติ้งรถแล้วก็ทำเวลาออกมาให้น่าพอใจมากที่สุดครับก็หวังครับทั้งทีมก็หวังจะประสบความสำเร็จได้แชมป์ในรายการนี้ครับสำหรับปีแรกอกหักไปแล้วนะครับปีนี้ก็คาดหวังว่าขอให้โชคดีแล้วก็รถเหนียวๆครับก็น่าจะได้เห็นผลงานกันครับ
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับกลับเข้ามาอยู่ที่สนามช้างอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเซอร์กิตจังหวัดบุรีรัมย์กันต่อนะครับกับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้นะครับกับรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B นะครับแน่นอนว่ารายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 อย่างนี้นักแข่งแต่ละคนปีนี้เนี่ยมีมาแบบใหม่ๆแล้วก็มีทั้งหน้าเก่ารวมไปถึงแชมป์ประเทศไทยต่างๆเนี่ยเข้ามาอยู่ในสนามกันนะฮะเมื่อวานครับผู้ที่ได้ที่1ของสนามที่1เนี่ยนะฮะในรุ่นนี้เนี่ยนะครับก็คือพี่เต้ ณัฐวัฒน์ชำนาญเนาะเพราะฉะนั้นในกริดนี้นะฮะจะเป็น กฎของการ reverse grid ทำให้พี่เต้เนี่ยต้องไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทอันดับที่ 5 และถูกน้ำหนักด้วย หมายความว่าผู้ที่อยู่ในอันดับที่ 1 ของกริดสตาร์ทในวันนี้นั่นก็คือผู้ที่ได้ที่ 5 ของเมื่อวานนั่นก็คือพี่เก่งวริศอ่อนระยับนะครับกับ SK6 นะฮะเดี๋ยวไปคุยกันครับว่าพี่เก่งเนี่ยเขาเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรวันนี้ได้โอกาสสำหรับการแก้เกมในวันนี้แล้วนะฮะตามกันมาเลยครับนี่หมายเลข88นะฮะตรงนี้นะฮะกับพี่เก่งนะฮะวริศอ่อนระยับพี่เก่งครับสวัสดีครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้
วันนี้อากาศดีครับดีกว่าเมื่อวานครับ
ดีกว่าเมื่อวานแต่ว่าฝนตกนะ
เมื่อวานฝนตกแต่วันนี้ก็แห้งๆ
แล้ว
ก็จะทุกคนจะได้แข่งกันสนุกปลอดภัย
ใช่ถามหน่อยเมื่อวานเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการแข่งขัน
ก็เมื่อวานก็เป็นการแข่งขันที่คือฝนตกคือเราไม่เจอฝนมานานแล้วเมื่อวานก็ได้ชุ่มฉ่ำแล้วก็ต้องขับรถอย่างระมัดระวังเพราะเรามีแข่งตั้ง3เลสเลยนะเราต้องประคับประคองรถให้ปลอดภัยแล้วก็วิ่งจบการแข่งขัน
ในรุ่นนี้ความมันเป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่เก่งเล่าให้แฟนๆฟังหน่อยครับ
ความมันรถทุกคันนี่แรงสุดๆทุกคันเลยครับเลยนะว่าที่วิ่งในนี้ AB เนี่ยสุดทุกคนแล้วก็ฝีมือทุกคนนี่เก่งทุกคนเลยคือไหวพริบซิงไหวพริบกันหมดเลยรถก็เรียกว่าแรงพอๆกันหมดเลยตอนนี้
ครับอยากให้พี่เก่งฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ยังไงช่วยฝากชมฝากเชียร์นะครับผมวริศอ่อนระยับนะครับหมายเลข88นะครับสำหรับทีมซิกจุนไบโอ๊ตเบดิก SRT BRC เวนอมเลสซิ่งทีมนะครับ
ครับผมขอบคุณครับพี่เก่งนะครับวริศอ่อนระยับนั่นเองนะฮะและอันดับที่2กับกริดสตาร์ทในวันนี้นั่นคือที่4ของเมื่อวานนะครับเอ้าโอ้โหมาเอ้าใครเนี่ยใครวันนี้บอดมาเชียร์แซนดี้เต็มเลยนะฮะแน่นอนนะครับกับเมื่อวานในสนามที่1นะครับแซนดี้เข้ามาเป็นที่4วันนี้อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่2สวัสดีครับแซนดี้ครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับโอ้โหได้กำลังใจล้นหลามนี่ดีใจแทนเลยนะ
ขอบคุณมากครับก็ต้องขอบคุณทุกๆกำลังใจที่ส่งมาครับ
ครับถือว่าเปิดสนามปีนี้ดีไหมครับได้อยู่
อะไรนะครับ
ถือว่าการเปิดสนามในปีนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็โอเคครับตอนนี้ก็ผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับสำหรับเรสนี้แต่ว่าแน่นอนไม่มีฝนแล้วเราก็คงสู้ยากครับที่ไหน
แล้วก็ที่สำคัญในเรื่องของการแข่งเนี่ยจากเมื่อวานที่เห็นแซนดี้ขับก็โหไม่ธรรมดาเลยนะเหมือนแบบรถฟอร์ดได้มีการปรับจูนพัฒนาดีขึ้นด้วย
เปล่าครับผมเองคือรถไม่มีเบรกตั้งแต่รอบ2ครับอันนี้ผมขับแบบไม่มีเบรกนะครับ
ถามจริงแซนดี้
ใช่ครับ
ทำไมฮะเบรกหาย
ครับ
เบรกหายเลย
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โหแล้วสนามเวทเรสด้วยไม่มีเบรกด้วยแต่เข้ามาได้ด้วยโอ้โหต้องปรบมือให้แซนดี้เลยนะโอ้เก่งมากๆแซนดี้ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ขอบคุณทีมแฟนฟอร์ดนะครับฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอร์ดเบอร์3แล้วก็เบอร์41ในเรสวันนี้ครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับโอ้โหคุณผู้ชมผมก็เพิ่งทราบนะว่าแซนดี้เนี่ยเมื่อวานขับประคองมาเนี่ยฮะแต่เข้ามาอยู่ในอันดับที่4ในขณะที่ไม่มีเบรกมาด้วยนะฮะโอ้โหมาอันดับ3ครับคุณผู้ชมฮะมาดูกันที่กริดนี้นะครับกับพีทสุวัฒน์ลิมจิและพิญญานั่นเองนะครับเป็นแชมป์ต้องบอกว่าเป็นคลาส B นะซึ่งเมื่อวานสวัสดีครับสนามนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พร้อมเต็มที่ครับ
แน่นอนนะเพราะเรายังถือว่าเปิดประเดิมสนามมาเนี่ยเป็นที่1ในคลาส B อยู่ตอนนี้ต้องสะสมคะแนนไปเรื่อยๆถูกไหมฮะวางแผนยังไงบ้างครับพี่ครับ
ก็แข่งให้จบครับให้รถสวยๆแล้วก็วิ่งตามให้ดีครับประกาศเข้าเส้นชัยที่1ครับผม
แต่วันนี้เนี่ยข้างหน้าเราเนี่ยมี2คนเนี่ยเก่งๆอย่างพี่เก่งด้วยนะครับแล้วก็แสนดีด้วยนะครับก็ต้องเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ก็จะพยายามเต็มที่ครับตามดูผมไปก่อนครับถ้าแซงได้ก็แซงครับ
โอเคฝากถึงแฟนๆครับพี่ครับ
ก็ฝากแฟนทีมอิซูซุโยโกฮาม่าลิควิดมอรี่เลสซิ่งทีมตามเชียร์ด้วยครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับพีทสุวัฒน์หรือจิรพิญญานะฮะไปดูนะคุณผู้ชมผมต้องบอกว่ายังมีหลายๆคนนะฮะที่อยู่ข้างหลังเราเนี่ยนะครับเป็นนักแข่งมีชื่อระดับประเทศทั้งนั้นเลยใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีครับคุณผู้ชมกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 ในรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B ครับ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and you can see the fan support for the Ford crew, and with Sandy Stuvik returning to speed. He drove a phenomenal race yesterday in the wet conditions. His biggest downfall was the fact that a black smoke penalty, so a technical infringement effectively assessed to him, which netted him a drive-through penalty, came back out still inside the top 5. And realistically, Dan, he would have walked away from yesterday's race going, that's one that got away. Because the other side of the coin is, if he hadn't have made mistakes, he was setting laps so much consistently quicker when he was on the pace that realistically he still should have finished second. I reckon he at least lost 5 seconds. He was less than 5 seconds off second place at the end of the race. So, yeah, Sandy Stuvik let one get away yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's almost like a case of two halves, that race for Sandy. In the wet, he was untouchable. And then after getting the black smoke penalty, it almost felt like it completely fell apart for him, unfortunately. Just a couple of unforced errors as the track, we believe, was starting to just dry slightly. Meant that, he just ended up in the middle of those battle packs rather than up front. As we watch the team on the grid, they're working their way through the field. That there is the very unique Toyota Hilux Champ, which compared to these Isuzu D-Maxes, Ford Rangers, a couple of Tritons, and previously has been Chevrolet Colorados, that Hilux Champ sticks out like nothing else on this grid, which is rather impressive given they all have a very unique look and feel to these trucks.
Yeah, certainly, and that's the big thing, isn't it? So it's unique, it sticks out, and we can see it coming, and the fans can see it coming as well. So if you want to be a supporter of a car, that Hilux Champ's actually not a bad shout for cars necessarily to be supporting, because you'll at least always know. Another one, Chinawat in the 23 machine, this yellow machine just pops in the middle of a crowd. He's going to be starting out of 11th spot, so a little bit of work to do for him today. Also an update, by the way, first time in the last couple of years, you would be sitting here and thinking, well, these guys ran yesterday. Well, yes, they did. They have moved to 3 races per round, by the way. There was eco races and both of the super pickup races yesterday. There is one each again today, and there is one each again tomorrow. So they've moved to a 3 race per round format. Now remember as well that particularly I think for the super pickups, they're actually not going to a few of those rounds. That's not good to be seeing a Keeluk with the bonnet up on the grid.
No, not at all. Let me walk through our full season schedule here for Thailand Super Series 2025. So here we are with event 1 at the Chang International Circuit. We return on between the dates of the 2nd through to the 6th of July at the Bang Sen Grand Prix. Then on the 8th to the 10th of August, Supercar GT3, GTM, and GT4 only head to the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia for the 3rd event. Then GT3, GTM, GT4, GTC, Super Touring, and Pickup D1 will all head to Sepang. Eco is yet to be confirmed, but it may also be joining them. And that's also the weekend where we'll see the final round, for us at least.
Hang on. That's not 100% correct. Yes, the Super Pickup and Super Eco actually do not go to Sepang. So neither of the Super Pickup divisions will be heading to Sepang.
Oh. I'm just reading off the calendar on the TSS website that says that Pickup Division 1 is going.
So this is coming
1st of September.
I'm reading from the sporting regulations. So we have some information to go walk away and confirm. The sporting regs says that there'll be a 3-round championship for Super Pickup and Super Eco, which will be 22nd to 25th of May here this weekend. 2nd to the 6th of July from Bang Sen, and 31st of October to 2nd November from Chang, is from the sporting regs.
Good point.
So yes, that may have been changed, or there may have been a plan to. I believe a lot of the discussions about heading to Sepang was an interesting one. Super Touring will be heading to Sepang on the 19th to 21st of September, and then all of the, excluding GTC, will be heading to Sepang on the 8th of 10th of August as well. So effectively, you've got 3 calendars in operation. Is the way to think about it. But effectively for the Super Pickup and Super Eco, based upon sporting regs information, yes. Based upon website, no. So again, ladies and gentlemen, bear with us on that one. We will get you an update based upon what's going on. So
Yeah, which is the more up-to-date bit of information we can rely upon? It's a good point. Yeah, the sporting regulations were apparently published on April 9th of this year. The race calendar, given it includes the test days, I don't know, maybe that did come out earlier. So, in fact, it does seem like it might have come out earlier as well, because it does feel like I've seen possibilities thrown around previously in the year. So I think, yeah, it probably is safer to go with the sporting regulations. So, yes, indeed. Okay, so that's a bit of a shame, because we haven't seen all of our categories go to Sepang. It is one of the events where TSS is a supporting category, not the main event, obviously, unlike our events here, where these are the main events at the track. So that will be, I think, yeah, I mean, if it happens, and we do follow the calendar graphics rather than the latest, the current copy of the regulations we have, that would be pretty cool, I think. Although, then again, long lap, these trucks have been unreliable for some drivers and teams, unfortunately. So that would be a tough circuit, I think, to put it mildly, Scott. But we're less than a minute till the formation lap gets underway here. Time to stop talking about the future and ifs, buts, and maybes, and really focus down to what's coming up here on the track at Chang today.
Righto, so we will be rolling away on the formation lap in 15 seconds. This is the D1. This is the A and B class drivers. Early start after a late finish yesterday, so not a lot of turnaround times for these cars. And that is smoke at the tail end of the field from someone, and it wasn't black smoke. So I'm thinking that...
Yeah, you can see it there.
Oil.
Oh, how about that? Oh, it's fantastic. We've got a little weather information there on the screen. So current air temperature of 29 degrees Celsius. Impressively, the track temperature apparently is barely warmer than the air at 30 degrees. So we had someone asking about that earlier. Fantastic. Very much thank you to the local production team at the circuit who've actually been able to get that information and put it up on screen for us there. We can chase down air temperatures, but the track surface temperature there, that's a new one us, and that's much appreciated. But that's also interesting to see that the air temperature is warm most of the day here, of course, in Thailand, but the track isn't much hotter than that at the moment, which is actually very fascinating because I'm very used to the concept of when an air temp is hot, the track is much hotter again.
Well, it relies upon the UV coming overhead, the sectors as we get through it, and remembering that it is only just after 9 a.m. in Thailand at the moment, so the sun hasn't managed to get up high enough to start putting a lot of UV straight down and into the track surface. Worthwhile noting as well, quite a grey track surface. This is actually something I learned listening to John Hindhoff earlier in the year, actually, is that he said about Bathurst, when I was talking to him about that, he said, yeah, the Bathurst actually has quite a black track surface, which means that your track temperatures get up quite a lot hotter. When you see a more grey or a less dark track surface, the temperatures actually don't get anywhere near as hot, and this is actually quite a mild colour to the surface of the road, so I would say it actually doesn't get anywhere near as hot. But yep, early in the morning, and the Hankook official semi-slicks were used for their wet weather capabilities yesterday. Today, the drivers are going to be pushing them beyond those capabilities. The tyres do get hot, they do get overpressured, and they will start to degrade, but therein lies some of the power of setting the car up correctly. Waris on Rayab has managed to get it on pole position for today. Sandy Stuvik will be lining up on the front row. Suat was quick again yesterday. He will be alongside of the 22 of Tanawat. Namthawat and Superchai are going to be off of row number 3. Nut Nutch and Songsak row number 4, rounding out the top 10. Is going to be a Longcorn and Jataron on row number 5. Row number 6, Chinawat and Surachai. Natawat and Akilak outside of the 7th row of the grid. Shalampon and Bandit making up the 8th row. Get back to 17th and 18th of Anawat and Saranyu. Simon and Chinon, your top 20 in the field. Final 6 drivers. Firawat from Chayapon. Jack Lemvard from Akasit. He qualified a long way back to Jack Lemvard. Issues yesterday as well. Thenafon and Akasit will round out the field. But yeah, Jack Lemvard did not finish yesterday's race. Some sort of loss of power for him yesterday. And unfortunately, he's going to be from the rear end of the field today.
Yeah, and note that qualifying for Thailand Super Pickup did happen separate to what we covered yesterday's coverage. In fact, their qualifying happened to... Can I still hear people cheering? I think I can in the background.
Yeah. I think it is as well. How good's the effects mics?
Yeah, there you go. There's the Aurora Ford Thailand, or is it specifically the Sandy Stuvik cheer squad? They're now being told to retreat back to the grandstands. Pretty please. So just looking back through the earlier part of the schedule, the qualifying for Pickup D1 was yesterday morning, about practically on 24 hours ago, give or take about 10 or 15 minutes. So if I'm reading that right, they had a single qualifying session which determines the field for the whole weekend or something to that effect. Anyways, I'll try and get some more information on that. Last couple of trucks pulling into their grid slots now. We wait for the green flag signal from the marshal at the back. He is happy with the field. We are ready to get Thailand's Super Pickup Division 1's second race of the weekend underway. 5 red lights up on the screen, a bit of more white smoke, but we're underway and it looks like all the trucks are moving, but there's some slow starters at the back. They fan out 3, 4, 5 wide, if you could see them, Scott.
Stuvik did not get a great getaway. He's going to barrel down the inside. He'll actually take the grass in turn 1 to try and get some of those spots away. And around the outside, they go charging on the run into turn number 3. The field will scatter as they get through turn 1. Everyone looking for a little bit of a run and not many being able to find it, but they were 4 wide on the run of turn number 1. Aggressive moves through the mid-pack. Stuvik still falling like a rock. He's going to be back and outside the 10 at this rate after starting on the front row. Not a great start for him. And have a look at the champ car around in turn 3 as well.
Couple of trucks having to dodge and avoid, trying to pick up which of our Class A drivers. Let's say 85 on the track, which would be a long corn. Oh, more trucks off on the side of the track, and we've got ourselves an onboard camera, first of the weekend we've seen so far. 54 is Sarah New, who will hopefully get some shots of this. Oh, but there you go, cheeky rearview mirror adjustment too. Mid-race, up into turn 4, get the hands back on the wheel, please. We need to make sure we hang on to this one. Here is into turn 5 for the first time. See here, manual H-pattern gearboxes as well, and the other big thing is they seem to be running pretty much the factory steering racks on these trucks, you'd say, Scott, because that's a lot of steering angle for a car that you're trying to turn through these 90+ degree corners here at the Chiang National Circuit. Up towards turn 9, we're staying on board here, standing for a bit longer it seems. And it's oop, and there you go. Try and not have the rear end step away from you there. There you go, that's what Sarah New's truck there, black, white, and Aperchart running all over that one there. So keep an eye on that one. As back towards the turn of the field, there you go, Stuvik. He is back somewhere around the top 10, but not quite out of it yet, as Akasit is going to be our first retirement of the race by the looks of things. That is pulled over rather abruptly to the side of the circuit, turn 3 possibly on the inside.
Potentially. And do have timing for the 81 machine after Sector 1, so somewhere between Sector 1 and Sector 2 timing wise, there'll be anywhere down to turn 4, turn 5, turn 6. Realistically, somewhere between turn 3 and there as he pulled aside. Stuvik's going to be diving down to the inside. He lost a ton of spots outside of the 10 at the end of the first lap. There's the 54 machine. Trying to make some progress from Saranyu. This will be the onboard shot as we get down into turn 3. You can see him fighting it on the brakes, trying to get in there round the inside of Simon Mapaki, who will get a drive, and he will actually go ahead and try and get a run on Jadaron just ahead of him. So battling thick and fast back outside the top 10. Great run, and Jadaron didn't actually get a great exit off the corner as well. He might lose 2 spots because here comes Saranyu, gets to his outside. This will take some bravery at turn 4. Looks like the 91 machine did lift and managed to slot back in. So again, aggression early on, and the big thing down, we know that these tyres are going to get overheated, over-temperatured, over-pressured, so do not want to move that rear end of that truck around a lot in the opening phases. The tyre will fall off.
Oh, from bad to worse. And it's a tyre issue now for... Oh, he's... Well, more than a tyre. Cracked rim and shredded rubber as a result. So, Lemvard caught in the walls from the back of the field there. and now on the pits trying to put a fresh tyre on it here. As back to the track we go, back to Sandy Stuvik, who's actually dropped outside the top 10 in the middle of this lap now. So he's all in the wars today, falling backwards. As there's that Hilux champ just in amongst all these Isuzu D-Maxes, mostly with the occasional Triton and Ranger that have some curves. Just the box shape that is that Hilux. But also, if you didn't like the boxy shape, you can have yourself some flared arches and then some to apparently fit the tyres on that truck. So that there now is the battle for 7th place. And in fact, he's not careful, he's going to be swallowed up here on the run to turn 3 as we get this 3rd lap underway. Fastest driver, well, no surprises really that it's your race leader. But to be precise, your race leader is on a 157.4. There's a couple of trucks back here that might be able to do it as well, but they're busy scrapping. They're not going as fast. As a result... Okay, some minor good news for Jack Levenbard. He returns to the circuit. However, he is now a lap down on the field.
I was going to say, is it worthwhile bringing that car back out? I suppose they'll go through a testing program, but I would be looking to put no damage on that tyre. That might be a tyre they have to reuse throughout the weekend as well.
Sandy!
So Sandy Stuvik to the inside at turn 5, gets the job done. So he'll pick off one more, and that'll be the 89 machine of Surachai as they go toe-to-toe. Inside of 5 will become the inside of 6, and the outside, if you stay there, of 7. And indeed, the 89 machine did manage to stay alongside, and Stuvik a mile outside of track limits as the rear end of his Ford Ranger goes for a wander. Now down into turn number 8, he'll stay on the outside. These guys have been side by side, but there's no room. He wasn't left width of the track to the curbing as they got off of 8, so he had to go the long way round, and now Surachai is trying to light those rear tyres up and get the traction to the ground. So these guys are not giving it up. Does Stuvik finally clear? Still not clear. Here comes Surachai back at him on the run into the final corner. The 15 machine of Thanapon's been quick in a straight line. He's now getting attacked by Chinawat. So these two will swap places. The 23 machine grabs the spot. Warris still leads, but he's now starting to be run down. New fastest lap of the race is the 93 machine of Nat Nutch out of 2nd place. It is coming, and here comes the 3 of Sandy Stuvik. Finally completes that pass as well.
Oh, it was at the back of the shot. Sandy Stuvik entered turn 4 with opposite lock in the truck. That's what I cried out about, because it appears he's not taken your advice to heart on try and drive the thing as straight as you can to protect the tyres and manage it as best you can for the end of this race. This here is your top 2, and yeah, Nutnuch is looking very quick compared to Warris now. We've put 3 laps on the board. So what does our 88 truck here have to offer beyond defending the race lead? Is there more pace in it? Has he been waiting? As there you go further on back at Tanawat Nantawat. Going to have to go single file through turn 4. Side by side further on back though. I just can't quite pick up which that would have been, unless it's Tanapon Chinawat, possibly. As we're keeping our eyes here on this battle for 3rd place on the track, as the lead has closed up indeed. Nutnuch is looking very quick through the middle laps. There you go, 1, 2 together, 3rd and 4th together. I believe that was 5, 6 together as well. Yes, big slide there for Tanapon.
Remember, Superchai was quick yesterday until he got that black smoke penalty really, really late in the piece as well. So he is continuing to try and press on. Tanawat's actually been quick thus far. Remember, fastest lap of the race was just done by Nutnuch as well. So he is starting to chase down your race leaders. So we're going to have battles in a few different spots on the racetrack. And it seems that this one's not going away for P3. Looking for drive out of the final corner. Doesn't quite get it at the moment.
Turn 1, Tanapon's coming to join the party, making a 3-truck fight for the final podium place. He's broken away from Nantawat. So, behind here. No, sorry, that is Tanawat here. There you go, Tanapon in the 15. No, can't get there before Superchai blocks the inside. It turns into a dive. I'm not sure Superchai thought that was what was going to happen here on the run to turn 3, but he'll happily take an inside line and pass at the hairpin.
Oh,
was that a really Tanawat braking just really early? It seemed like it, based on the way Supertry got there.
Yep, here they go. I was actually talking to some friends about this wing structure off the back end of Supertry yesterday. And I tell you what, this category, if you ever want to talk about racing categories and underrated racing categories right the world over, every single time I talk to people about this category, they go, "What, this is crazy, I need to see this." So again, was introducing some friends to what happened in the coverage after the fact yesterday. Very, very popular category. Change to the race lead. Nat Natch has been quick the last couple laps. Now he's got the race lead. What can he do about it? By the way, last time by, there was a new fastest lap of the race for the 15 machine of Thanafon. I was looking at that battle and thinking, hang on, where did he come from? Well, that's where he came from. He was 2 seconds a lap faster than the cars that he's in and around at the moment. Reminder, we're 20 seconds a lap faster than where we started compared to yesterday's lap time. That was the difference in terms of lap times as a result of the wet weather.
Leaders actually now picking up a lapped truck of Ekasit there, the number 2 just moves over and says, yeah, I can go slow down the start finish straight and let you all be. So that's going to make life relatively easy. Pass there down the start finish. 23 of Chinawat's going right by the 22 of Tanawat, and that's looking awfully off the pace for that truck there. He's going to get swallowed up as well by the 95 of Anawat, who's our Class B leader in a world of his own amongst these Class A trucks.
Yep, so unfortunately, we've got one retirement, it looks like, over at the start-finish line. We'll wait and see if we can get an update on exactly who that was. But in the meantime, the 19 machine gets to the inside. Nanthawat will pick off Tanawat as they get down to it. It looks like Tanawat's starting to ail just a little bit. He was quick early on, now starting to fall off just a little bit. Pace in the meantime, Supertry in the 7 machine, so it was number 2 that we've lost of Ekasit. He was already off the lead lap for issues a little bit earlier on. I think he'd been through pit lane. Well, now he'll be done for the day, but there's enough of a gap on the circuit that they can just get marshals out. They don't need to worry about putting a safety car out there to grab that one with its proximity to pit lane, so that's worked out quite nicely.
Has indeed. And whilst we've been watching the racing action on circuit, race control has been busy. So just reading through the race control messages that have been sent via timing, we've had clarification of one of those messages as well directly from race control. So they go as follows. The race start was immediately under investigation. Then there was an overtake under yellow flag that was noted as being under investigation. Our first black smoke penalties of the day went to the 66 truck of Chayapon, who's now down in 20th place as of timing. And the 89 truck of Surachai, who was 17th, have come in and served those penalties. Now, race start was then declared all clear, and then 2 black and white flags for track limits. The number 9 truck of Simon Mapake, who's currently up in 9th, and the 41 truck of Jack Lemvard on his recovery. Well, as you said, down actually now 2 laps according to timing, possibly. So that's the sort of the order of things. Focus again on Superchai trying to fend off Thanapon, who's got the pace on him, but he's going to put him to the white line and say, no, the white line's mine. You're going outside the limits there.
Oh. Well, limits of the rear tyres now exceeded for Superchai, and they are losing time to Natnach. He might just be in control of this one, and you would be advising him, if you're on the radio to him, just settle it down, look after the truck. They're not going to be able to get to you because he is just disappearing into the sunset. In the meantime, the 88 Wirus has led so many laps thus far in this race, now out of 6 and falling rapidly. Last time by 2:03.2. He lost a bunch of time to a bunch of different cars. He is in a world of trouble, and in fact, he's lost another spot. He'll fall to 8th spot. He's still falling, actually. We might have lost Wirus because he's not made. He finally gets to the 2nd sector time.
10 seconds off.
And, yeah, he's in a world of hurt.
Well, that there, unfortunately, is one of those things that we see time and again in these super pickups. You have to run a very fine line when it comes to just the state of the car. Can't afford be running too much boost or anything like that sort. As Tanapon searches inside, he's denied, searches outside, he won't be given space on the track. He'll try and make the move outside the white lines if that's what he's going to be given here. Down against the pit wall with Super Chai trying to basically say you cannot have P2. 5 laps remain in this second race of the weekend for the Division 1 Super Pickup trucks. If they're not careful, Race Control will be staring at them with a very disappointed face. Is the over-under coming here at turn 3? Tanapon wants it, but I don't think he's close enough unless there's a massive send under brakes. No, not this time, I don't think.
No, so long way back and thinking a little bit better of it, but he makes the corner. Look at the grip that he's got. There was a little bit of a touch there. And again, Super Chai is struggling to get the power and he's struggling to get the car to turn as well. And again, Thanafon's actually going to pull alongside of him and try and go the outside. He's never been offered an inside line as the 15 machine with 5 laps left to run. Will it be the outside? This would take some bravery. Super Chai, a wiggle on the way in, trying to get the truck to pivot. A wiggle as he gets to the braking zone as well. So he is using the limits of those tyres. They both ran 59 and 58. And guess what? That means the 23 machine, that bright yellow truck in the background, 57.9. He took a bunch of time out of him on the last lap. The sector times look good on this lap. He is coming as well. This is going to become a 3-way fight for second.
Meanwhile here we pick up Sandy Stuvik, and the important thing to pick up here also is that he's the next driver to get a track limits black and white flag. So have to make sure he doesn't push things too far with 4.5 laps to go. Just in behind him, had a change in position. Bandit, I believe, getting past a long corn for the final spot in the top 10 at turn 5. I believe we're about to have another message incoming from Race Control, which is going to actually be our first penalty of the race. Remember I said the number 9 had a black and white flag for track limits earlier on, Simon?
Yep.
He's now picked up a 5-second time penalty for continuing to abuse track limits. So Sandy Stubick's just been given 8th place on a platter. Stays right there.
But he's also going to be fought for it as well. Because it's just not going his way as it currently stands. He's got to make sure that he gets that pass done so that he can keep improving. The 89 machine had to come to pit lane earlier on for a black smoke penalty. Well, he's now under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. So Surachai has been making ground up, and indeed has actually been running quite quick lap time. So if he's sped in the pit lane, he's in a fair bit of trouble on a nice recovery effort of a race. But for the meantime, battle up for our leaders. Again, fastest lap of the race. His personal best, sorry, not new fastest lap of the race, goes to the 23 machine at Chinawat. He took about 1.4 seconds out of the cars ahead of him. He's less than 2 seconds behind the battle for second at the moment, which is still going on as we rejoin it. And you can see that bright yellow Alpha Factory Racing Team by Pulsar entry of Chinawat is getting closer and closer. And I get the feeling that there is a little bit of the black paint from the rear end of Super Chai that has now been transferred over to the 15 machine of Thanafon.
Speaking of Thanafon, he's got to be careful because he's the next driver to be flagged by Race Control for exceeding track limits, in addition to the number 4, which I can't actually see on time, so maybe it's meant to be another number there. 16 truck, though, is Akilak, 12th place. He definitely is on the list. He, too, has been pushing the limits a little too far. As with all this fighting here, they're actually now matching the pace of the race leader there or thereabouts. So Goodrich has either had to back it off for some reason, or is just, well, can afford to back it off so much, and he has done so. As focusing, Super Chai decides apparently doesn't need the last corner. We're going to run that well wide, and immediately dives back to the racetrack to try and cover the middle ground into turn 1. His defensive driving has been cover, cover, cover. It's working for him so far. The question is, when does someone like Thanapon, who reckons he's got the pace, decide that you've blocked enough, I'm going to take it from you around the inside, but he tries the outside again. We've already seen Super Chai do this once in this race, just park it up high. Switchback certainly a possibility, but it's such a long corner here. The switchback is kind of deceptive in how you execute it at turn 3.
Yeah, and Super Chai is doing a great job of just propping him up and just not giving him the window to turn down the corner. So the defensive driving's brilliant because he's just saying, hold, hold, hold. Now I'll turn at the corner. Now you can turn at the corner. He's really dictating the lines that Thanaphon can have a go. And Thanaphon again shows in the nose. And again, Super Chai says, right, I'm in control of where this pass is done. It's just changing the line up now as the 15 machine. And again in the background, just growing a little bigger as the 23. These guys fight. Now the rear tyres of Thanaphon are getting to the point where they're starting to have enough. Run down to turn number 8. They'll tip it in down here. And you can just see, again, closer and closer and closer. Gets to the inside, shows the nose, switch back on. Tries to get back to the outside. If he can get overlap at a critical point, you feel the move will be done and he will disappear. But he still has yet to get a primary overtaking opportunity. He's still yet to position the car in a manner that has come out on top.
He is searching high and low, and he has to be careful because remember, has a track limits warning already. I have not seen one for Super Chai yet on the official message channels or via our additional message that's coming from Race Control directly. Update on the... never mind, we'll talk about that later because the door's open this time at turn 1. Super Chai does not defend. Thanaphon takes the open invitation, but he can't get there on the apex or the exit. Both of them actually using the extra runoff. They've got to be careful. Yes, we've got 2 laps to go, but we're running out of laps here to basically get penalised. If they keep this up, it'll draw the ire of Race Control, but cycling back around real quick. 89. Who said was under investigation for pit speed limiting. He's been found for breaching the pit speed limit. 10-second post-race penalty for him. Additionally, new track limits warning, this time to the 23 of Chinawat, who, unfortunately, his charge has seemingly stalled out here. He's only gained a second on that last lap and is still 1.1 behind at Thanaphon as they come up towards the second 2 timing line. And again, Super Chai slightly defensive into turn 5. Thanaphon much stronger under brakes, but tries to run the corner speed and again just throws it around the outside. He can't afford to do that.
That machine of Anawat was, what, second place yesterday. It was in a great spot, ran phenomenally, and just put the car in some great positions to walk away with a third finish. He's in 5th spot at the moment, so he's in behind these guys. I am curious, though, now, because we've seen Thanaphon, I think, at turn 1 on this lap, he was outside the track limits. At turn 5, he was now wide outside the track limits. I reckon there's a penalty coming his way. I just can't see him getting away with all that's going on. He'd be frustrated. I'd be hot under the collar if I was underneath his helmet. The 93 machine, Nutnutch will tip it in at the final corner. He will pick up the final lap board. 1 more lap to go. Margin is 7 seconds for him. He is in park the bus mode. Super Chai and Thanaphon are going at each other hammer and tong for P2. We expect there to be a penalty for the 15 machine coming his way, but that...
Thanaphon, I think, slowing. Yeah, drops in behind Chinawat, who takes 3rd place on the run to turn 1. And a lap time over 2 minutes.
That might be damage to the tyre. He might have finally just damaged the tyre enough that it's... Oh, is he slowing on the straight? He is slowing on the straight.
Lights go off and on, and then, oh no, that... Is he had to restart the truck or something now?
That's what that looks like. That looks like it's shut down and refired.
Oh, and then white smoke at turn 3. Oh, Chinawat's lost it on the brakes. Or is there now something down on the surface? Possibly, or has he just lost that by himself? Either way, a podium position gain, and he's lost it immediately. Anawat, your Class B driver, who was sitting top 5 and running 5th, is promoted up to 3rd through all of this madness.
Certainly does. And in the meantime, Super Chai looks comfortable. He was under threat. He was under pressure. He has weathered the storm. After receiving the on-track storm yesterday, maybe there was some lessons to be learned. Nutnutch looked after the tyre, looked after the truck, looked after the equipment, and it has paid him back in space. The 23 machine is still parked up down there at turn 3. He cannot get that truck refired.
And a K-Luck actually going around the truck there of Chinawat at turn 3. Actually overshot the corner himself. Had to basically use it as a bit of a dodge him car. But for Nutnutch, took the race lead away after about 3 or 4 laps into this one here, and he has not looked back. The fighting behind has been mad, crazy. It finally simmers down to the point that actually allows Superchai to catch up a bit there, but cruising home to a race winner is Superchai second, and both a class win and an overall podium for Anawat will take another great result for him today in race 2 of 3 for the weekend. And then your remaining drivers in the top 5. Tanawat, a long corn, rounding out, and then followed across the line by Simon, who again, time penalty, will drop back to behind, I believe, Bandit. So down 2 spots. Sandy Stupik up to P6. Oh, then the pain continues for the 15 of where is he now on the timing screens? Tanapon
He's not going to make the line.
is in maximum limp mode.
That engine's expired. Whatever the issue was, it's died and not come back to life. My word. My word. I can't believe that. I love this racing. The thing about this is you just never know what's going to happen. I think he's now the last car on the lead lap, in which case he will not be able to fall any further.
Yeah, looks like it. But he's going to try, apparently, even if it's at practically a snail's pace, get that truck to the finish. Get the feeling it's not going to be particularly suitable. So how about that there, just quickly at the top of shot, start of the frame there. The red and yellow stripe flag indicating we've got debris spill on the surface of some kind up at turns 8 and 9. So that's going to play havoc possibly if that doesn't get cleaned up. Or can't be cleaned up in between the races here today. But your top 3 confirmed there. Nut Nuch, your race winner, ahead of Superchai and Anna Watt overall. Tanawat is the 3rd driver in Class A to finish with the 4th outright position there. And then we're looking at the Class B drivers. It was Surachai, 9th outright, 2nd in the class, ahead of Chalermpon in 10th outright and 3rd in the class as well. So that's how your podiums look when it comes to outright, along with Class A and Class B here for the Thailand Super Pickup Division 1, race 2 of 3 for the weekend here. And with that, well, there'll be some highlights, and Goody will probably be down at the in the pit lane talking with our race winners soon enough. But really, at the end of that day, unfortunately, a bit of an anticlimactic end, with a couple of drivers who are looking to contend for podiums ending up backwards, side of the track, and not finishing. Actually, really quickly, just looking now for, Chinawat, again, also didn't finish the race. So got stuck down at turn 3 and will end up a lap down with Tanapon.
The thing is, remember, they did complete their 11th lap. So realistically, those two should be at the head, and they would have been there well in advance of anyone else that also finished 1 lap down, which I'm seeing there was a couple there, which was Jack Lemvard and Chanon Rojana. So theoretically, they should finish, I would say, 15th and 16th, which would drop Lemvard and Chanon back to 18th and 19th, realistically. So be waiting for those ones to come through. Either way, Thai drivers only in the field here today. And that means we're likely to not get some English interviews, ladies and gents, as Goody will be down there and celebrating with the podium. We'll step away for just a few moments before we'll come back with the next category of racing. I'm just trying to find... Super Rico will be up next, so we'll be back with another 12-lap extravaganza. We'll be getting smaller production cars.
But extravaganza is very much the one.
สามารถแซงได้ก็ค่อยๆไล่แซงมาทีละคันครับแล้วก็รักษาอุณหภูมิเครื่องยนต์เหมือนแบบให้มีกำลังตลอดอะไรเงี้ยครับ
คือโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งในช่วงของวันนี้เนี่ยก็ในเรื่องของสภาพภูมิอากาศเนี่ยก็เป็นเรื่องที่อำนวยด้วยถูกไหมฮะเพราะฉะนั้นมันเลยทำให้เราเนี่ยขับรถได้เต็มที่100%เลยพี่หนุ่ยครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ด้วยครับถ้าผมได้ออกกระดาษต้นก็น่าจะสนุกกว่านี้
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับนะหนุ่ยเปิดสุวรรณอนุวัฒน์มณีอินอันดับ3นะครับเป็นอันดับ1ในคลาส B และอันดับที่2นะครับในวันนี้สวัสดีครับพี่ต้นครับโอ้โหแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับสุภชัยคงบ้านนะคุณผู้ชมวันนี้ปีนี้เปลี่ยนทั้งสีรถเปลี่ยนทั้งเครื่องยนต์อะไรหลายๆอย่างเปลี่ยนใหม่หมดเลยแล้วมาอยู่อันดับ2ด้วยนะฮะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็สนามนี้ผมค่อนข้างที่จะทำการบ้านมาพอสมควรเพราะว่าเราก็พลาดมาหลายปีแล้วพี่คือบางทีเราก็ติดโพเดียมมั่งไม่ติดโพเดียมมั่งรถมีปัญหามั่งอะไรเงี้ยพี่ใช่แต่มาสนามเนี้ยคือผมก็แฮปปี้นะพี่ที่ว่ารายการเขาเก็บฟันดีคือแบบบิ๊กดีอะไรเงี้ยพี่ใช่ครับ
และโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งก็เห็นในช่วง 3-4 รอบสุดท้ายเนี่ยก็มีแบทเทิลกันระหว่างเบสธนพลด้วยก็ถือว่าปิดลายอะไรดีด้วยถูกไหมฮะ
ครับคือเราก็ขี่ตามเราการเนาะเราอยู่หน้าเพราะว่าโพเดียมเราก็อยากได้ใช่
โอเคครับพี่
ก็พอใจครับ
พอใจในวันนี้
ก็พอใจมากครับ
ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับพี่ต้น
ครับฝาก FC โมบิวันรวมช่างเชียงกงต้นทำเร็วเลยครับ
ขอบคุณครับสุภชัยคงมั่นเลยครับผู้ชมอันดับ1ของเราเมื่อวานเห็นตัดพ้อเห็นบ่นไม่พอใจอยากจะเบิดหัวตัวเองวันนี้ไม่ต้องแล้วนะครับพี่จ๊อบโอ้โหแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับโอ้โหเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
ภูมิใจครับภูมิใจ
แล้วเมื่อวานเกิดอะไรขึ้นทำไมมีปัญหา
ไม่เคยทำบทเลยตั้งแต่แข่งรถมาสนามแรกเลย
สนามแรกเลยใช่แต่วันนี้กลับมาได้แล้ว
ใช่ครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็มาเป็นที่1ในคลาส A ด้วยถือว่าโอเคเมื่อวานก็ผิดพลาดไปแต่ก็แก้ไขกัน
ใช่ครับวางแผนไว้ว่าให้จบ3 เมตร
ครับ
ใช่ครับขับต่อคอให้จบ
สุดยอดมากครับพี่จ๊อบก็คอยดูติดตามกันต่อนะฮะสำหรับในเรสถัดไปพี่จ๊อบฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ฝากเฮียทีมลิปปิโมลี่นะครับมีน้ำตัวพิษรับท่านบางแสนรับมนตรีครับผมฝากเฮียด้วยครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับณัฐนุชวงศ์สมบูรณ์นะครับกับจ๊อบมนตรีดีเซลนะครับคุณผู้ชมเพราะฉะนั้นนะครับยังมีความมันในอีกหลายๆรุ่นนะครับจะเป็นอย่างไรติดตามให้ดีตอนนี้ไปชมกับไฮไลท์กันก่อนครับ นะครับคือรุ่น Thailand Super Eco นะครับซึ่งแน่นอนว่าจากสนามที่แล้วแชมป์ของสนามก็คือน้องเรียววงศ์สภัทรเกษรีนะครับจึงทำให้กฎของการ reverse grid เนี่ยน้องเรียวต้องไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 5 และกริดสตาร์ทที่1นะครับจากผลของอันดับที่ 5 เมื่อวานกับเนเน่เมฆรัตติกรีตานะครับเดี๋ยวไปคุยกันว่าเนเน่มีโอกาสแล้วนะครับสำหรับในการทำชัยชนะในวันนี้ให้ได้แล้วเป็นอย่างไรตามกันมาครับเนเน่นะครับเมฆรัตติกรีตากลันตานนท์นะฮะตามมาเลยครับสวัสดีครับเนเน่ครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
แหมเสื้อเราเหมือนกันเลยนะ
โอ้ยเหมือนกันเลยใช่ค่ะ
ใช่เอาเป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับการแข่งขันในวันนี้พอใจไหมจากผลเมื่อวานที่เข้ามาถึงอันดับ 5 จนวันนี้ได้มาอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 1
จริงๆก็เกินคาดหวังค่ะเพราะว่าสตาร์ทอยู่12มาถึง5ได้ก็ถือว่าดีมากแล้วค่ะ
ครับผม
ค่ะก็สำหรับสตาร์ทวันนี้ก็เต็มที่อะค่ะไม่ได้กังวลอะไรมากเพราะว่าเหมือนด้วยตัวรถเราหนักกว่าเขาอยู่แล้วแล้วก็ทางตรงค่อนข้างเสียเปรียบเยอะค่ะจะพยายามจะดึงไว้ให้อยู่ค่ะแต่ถ้าไม่อยู่ก็ไปด้วยกันค่ะก็พยายามหาที่ดีที่สุดให้ได้ค่ะ
โอเคเน่ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์นีเน่ด้วยนะคะแล้วก็ลุคเลสซิ่งทีมค่ะมีเพื่อนๆมาเลเซียอีก2 คนก็ฝากเชียร์ลุคเลสซิ่งทีมด้วยนะคะ
ครับขอบคุณครับแหมเน่นะครับให้สัมภาษณ์ดีมากเลยนะขอบคุณครับอันดับ2ในกริดสตาร์ทนี้ก็คืออันดับ4ของเมื่อวานนะครับจากชินนุวิทย์รมยานนท์นั่นเองหมายเลข98นะฮะสวัสดีครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับเมื่อวาน
โอ้โหเมื่อวานแอบเหนื่อยเหมือนกันพี่
เหนื่อยยังไงครับ
พอดีที่ปัดน้ำฝนมีปัญหานิดนึงครับเลยปัดน้ำฝนไม่ได้
ก็เลยมองไม่เห็นทาง
ใช่ครับเลยจังหวะที่ไล่ไปเหมือนน้ำจากน้องมันลีกเอา
ใช่คือชินกำลังจะบอกว่าชินหลับตาขับเลยใช่ไหมฮะ
ไม่ถึงขั้นนั้นครับพี่ใช่ครับ
แต่ก็คือขับลำบากนิดนึงจนทำให้มาอยู่ในอันดับที่4ได้แล้ววันนี้เราอยู่ในกริดที่2แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นมีโอกาสแน่นอนไม่มีใครแบบขับแต่ว่าเอาน้ำมาใส่กระจกเราแล้ว
นะครับก็หวังว่าอย่างนั้นครับหวังว่าจะไม่มีอะไรเกิดขึ้นอีก
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับชินครับ
ก็ยังไงฝากเชียร์เบอร์90กับเบอร์98ด้วยนะครับ
ได้ครับขอบคุณครับชินวิทย์รมยานนท์นะฮะไปกันต่อนะฮะอันดับที่3ของเมื่อวานก็ยังอยู่ในกริดที่3ของวันนี้นะครับแน่นอนนะฮะสรวิทย์สมหมายเลข61นี้นะครับสวัสดีครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
จะทำให้เต็มที่เหมือนเดิมครับพี่
วันนี้อันนี้ง่ายว่าเมื่อวานเนี่ยเข้ามาที่3วันนี้ก็เลยอยู่ที่เดิมเพราะฉะนั้นมีโอกาสแล้วนะครับ
ข้างหน้าระวังไว้
ฝากบอกเนเน่ด้วยระวังไว้ด้วยใช่ไหมโอเคยังไงกับการแข่งขันในรุ่นนี้ชอบอะไรเป็นพิเศษครับ
ชอบที่รถมันใกล้เคียงกันนะครับวัดที่ฝีมือคนขับส่วนใหญ่ครับมันสนุกครับ
สนุกนี้
ใช่ครับ
บางทีก็เปิดเป็นแบบหน้าแถว5 เรียง 5 เรียง 4กันมาเลย
ใช่ครับ
แต่ว่าอย่างน้อยก็ต้องขับขี่อย่างระวังอย่างให้ปลอดภัยนะฮะไม่ไปกระทบกระแทกกัน
อยู่ในกฎกติกาครับ
ครับผมฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ฝากเกียร์61ด้วยครับน็อตครับทีมเลสซิ่งเอ็กอาร์มทาทิตครับขอบคุณ
ครับน็อตนะครับสรวิทย์สมหมายนะฮะคุณผู้ชมต้องบอกว่ารุ่นนี้เนี่ยขับขี่กันมันจริงๆนะครับกับรุ่น Thailand Super Eco ใครจะเป็นแชมป์สนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 2 of your Thailand Super Series Super Ecos. And after yesterday's race didn't go the distance as the heavens opened and the rain came down, today it's looking like a much drier affair. The big thing that we need to note as we head into this one, 10 a.m. local time over in Thailand. We'll get some weather updates as well. Been informed that weather graphic's actually going to be sticking around for all races going forward, which is good to hear. That's what we love, to get a little bit of an update on what the track is doing and the conditions. But you can see the clouds again in the background of that shot, Dan. So that threat of rain, I think, is going to loom ever present right the way through this weekend's racing.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a race country closer to the equator to have a bit of a weather just making things a little bit exciting. The fact that it can happen any time and any amount, and be kinds of hot, warm, and then wet. There is no respite, shall we say, especially when the humidity is 70%. So that's the other thing. It's going to be it's tough.
Yeah, we're looking back towards the 46 machine, which is going to be that of Nat Imjit Panya out of 17th spot at the moment, and behind him will be the 6th machine of Adele. Part of our C-Class drivers as well. And it looks like there's been some issues with sponsorship on that car, forcing to be covered up a bit, or is that the door potentially being taped shut on that one as well?
Possibilities there, I guess, because that did look a lot like it was specifically to cover a sponsor. Okay. But there might be something to it there. So there we go. Formation lap is ready to get underway here from Chang. And the sound of our smallest cars. There's our weather update. So humidity's actually come down a little bit to 67%. Air temperature up to 31.4. And pretty good, you said there, still early morning, mid-morning now in Thailand. So that track temperature and the fact that it's, as I said, a grayer asphalt, only 32.5 degrees Celsius. It's climbing, but slowly. Which almost definitely means surely.
Yeah, it's probably going to keep climbing for the bulk of the afternoon as well, so that one's not going to start to cool off probably somewhere until around 4 o'clock local time. But in the meantime, once again, time to take a look at the track, and I do like the new layout and graphics. That's what Sector 1 looks like, just the kink at 1 and the kink in the back straight. 3, 4, 5 and 6 are going to make up Sector number 2. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 to the finish. For your 12 turns and the 4.5 kilometres of the Chang International Circuit as it's laid out there. Long lap penalty down at 10, 5 and 6. You know, Dan, I've always wondered, I would really, really love if car racing found a way to long lap penalty, because it adds something unique, and I actually don't hate it. I really, really like the solution that is the long lap penalties. I think it's a phenomenal solution because it shows to the fan that the penalty has been served. I hate time penalties. You obviously have to penalise drivers for driving infringements, but at the same time, a visible penalty that can be cleared that shows something to the fans is what you're after, and MotoGP have come up with one of the best solutions for a penalty that's served. Right, time for your grid. It's going to be the number 9 machine, Mekarid Keita, off of pole position, Chinovich alongside Sorich and Roni off of row number 2. Vong Sapat and Marina Path out of 5th and 6th, and Iki Bin Afifi and Muhammad Hasif out of 7th and 8th. Back row inside of your top 10, 9th place is going to be Anapon and Yot Monchu out of 10th place here today. Pencha is going to be 11th spot, first drive outside the 10. Rapidcorn alongside Supercorn and Boutavi outside of the 7th row of the grid. Muhammad and Natnan 15th and 16th. Nat and Adele are going to be 17th and 18th. Sarawat and Sitnun rounding out in top 20. Final 3 cars, Ntaya and Kazuo on the 11th row of the grid, and the final row, Super Truck on his own for the 12 lap race for race number 2 of the weekend for the Super Ecos. Yes, I do wish that we had a way to introduce and use the long lap penalties. I would love to do it.
I think it's a fair point to bring up, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure, a long lap penalty can only be a certain amount of time, but that's why you have double long laps. I've definitely seen that too. So, like, there are options. I think it's a fair point that it's a very visual, clear indicator of a penalty being served. And yeah, I would 100% agree. It's a missed opportunity. Now, well, let's get our final couple of cars. They're going to come around the final corner here, take their positions on the grid, and get ready to go racing. Second time this weekend in Thailand. Go. See there was the back of the field, 18th place on the grid for Sorry. Tape on the door. Sponsor, seal the door. Is it for both? We'll have to speculate in wonder here up in this English commentary box, or say we're remote. Anyways, green flag has been waved at the back. We're all clear to get this Super Eco race underway. 4 lights, 5 lights are on, and they're out. We're underway here for the second of the Super Ecos races this weekend. And the fan out towards the middle of the field. 3 wide, maybe 4 wide. But at the front, it's actually going to be Chinovic off the front row, up the inside of Mekara Dikita, who runs it out wide over the pit exit and the excess runoff there. But down towards turns 2 and 3 we come at speed. And it sounds like an angry pack of buzzing hornets, if anything, from this group of cars.
Yeah, here they come. Low horsepower and available cars to the bulk of the racing public. We see a lot of the Honda Brios mixed up between the Brios and the Brio Amazes and the Suzuki Swifts on the rundown. There was a big lock break on the outside there as we run on board with his 6 of Adele. She was buried in the pack. She's back down to 18th spot. I thought she started a touch further forward than that. Actually, I think she might have made 2 spots up. I think she might have started out at 20th spot. So running in a reasonable spot. Made some spots down at turn 3 as well. She's going to feed it through the gears on the run down to turn number 4. And gets covered off a little bit by the car that she's alongside. And that might have been the 46 machine. That was to her right-hand side. Diving it deep in down at turn 4. She elects to take the safe route. Save that car just a little bit. And they'll all feed down in there, and again, confirmation that tape is out and over those doors, and indeed it is across, and it's on both sides. So that says to me that's a sponsor issue. But back up at the pointy end, Vong Sapat's got back to the front. Number 9 machine lost it off the front row, and a lot of excess road being used out there at the moment. That's the 65 of Ronnie Risman, who drove through the field phenomenally yesterday. Feed their way back up at the end of lap 1 through 9, 10 and 11. In the meantime, 33 machine of Vong Sapat Katsiri leads the way. And look at the pack all trying to hunt him down.
Momentum is key. It's almost 3 wide for third. As Chinovic trying to hold off both Sorowich and Ronnie Risman there. Off at turn 12. They'll cross the line there. Gap between the top 2. 0.7 seconds. Top 5 covered by less than 2 at the end of the first lap, and it could easily be more like 6 now because Mohammed Hassif getting involved there at the back of the group as drivers still taking a lot of liberties with the track limits at turn 1. Race control will be on top of that, don't you worry, in due course. I think get a bit of freedom on lap 1 perhaps, just in case of anything happening, but it's lap 2 now, fellas, so you're going to have to tighten that up.
That'll be first warnings for a number of cars. A lot of pinch brakes when we get down here to turn 3, and that is going to be Adele running extremely wide. Sorry, no, I'm sure. My apologies. It was indeed Mekarit Kita in the number 9 machine who pinched brakes and ran wide as well. That is going to hand the spot back to the 98 machine. Chinovic actually scooted through, and he's picked up 2 spots as they run up in the Pac-Man machine on the way to turn 4. PT Maxitron Wise BRD next to entry. Gets the job done when they get to turn 4 and around the outside once more. The 61 machine of Sora, which is trying to hang on to it. Ronnie Risman will look for an opportunity. Gets it on the outside when they get down here. But everyone running wide. He had no choice but to use all the track limits. And then some. might have been even track limit infringement on the inside down there at turn 7 for Risman. Oh boy! Way out of shape for the 98 of Chinovic. As they got through turn 8, too much speed on the way in. They're going to pack themselves back up. Again, Risman right there. Have a look at the difference in length of the wheelbases as well for some of these cars, which will affect the dynamics on corner entry. And again, being covered to the final corner, Sorowich is going to cover him. Ronnie Risman is going to line him up and have a crack around the outside if he can find the drive. Won't be able to get the cut back. Again, not given any room. He was forced outside those track boundaries once again. Risman has been a lot of time outside of the track limits at the moment. And I am just waiting for race control to start to list off the black flags, because they have been there and thereabouts every single lap.
Yeah, Ronnie Risman's the first driver to now have a black and white flag for exceeding track limits. So they've decided, okay, enough's enough for the 65. And now await to see how many more vehicles get specifically pinged track limits. So now apparently here to start lap 3, things have calmed down in the rear of the field. Looks like they're actually observing the limits in turn 1. Here at, pardon me, high contrast number. Actually hard to read on some of these windshields. 14, oh, big lockup though. 14 being Mohammed Hairul Nizam. This is in and around 17th place, I think. Now, the 4 car, yes, the 99 was Nasanan Pilton Camp. That says 17th through 20th place there. In screen as our first bit of contact in a spin for Kazuo Tsukamoto, who was in that 4-car battle we just cut away from to check in on Volunteer Katsiri here on the race lead. So trouble there on the run out of turn 3 between that and turn 4.
Wasn't that the car that was in the barriers in the wet yesterday as well?
Yes, yes it was. Big spin at turn 4, between turns 4 and 5, and rear-ending the fence. Miraculously, as we noted, continued on without too much fuss, despite losing all of the rear glass. But
yeah, much better.
The entire rear hatch pretty much was gone.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting replace. I reckon they probably just replaced the entire rear door 100% yesterday. The rear hatch was still left intact, but there was missing brake lights and everything off that car yesterday. It looks like they'll have some more work to try and get that car prepared for tomorrow. Incident at turn 3, which is under investigation between the 32 and the number 7, because we did see Sittinen driving away from the scene of that accident, and that was an awkward place for the 32 to be sat on the outside of turn 3. So I'm not surprised that that is being looked at, because I got the feeling that indeed it's very, very likely that they would need to have a look at that. It wouldn't surprise me if there was contact for the 32 machine to end up in the barriers down there. In the meantime, race lead is now 3.3 seconds, but for everyone else, throw them under a blanket. Here comes the number 9 machine, who started at the pointy end of this thing and lost a lot of ground on the opening lap. Finally going to get back to the point. The 98 of Chinovic is going to challenge him, and have a look at them fan out as they run down to turn number 3. Ronnie Risman to the inside. He'll try and pick away a couple of spots right here. They will run 3 wide through the middle and the exit and out the other side. Risman will have very little momentum on the inside. The number 9 machine, he's getting moved over on. Chinovic hasn't got a lot of room to work with right there. And have a look at Sorowich, who's going to try and challenge through the middle. Potentially some bump drafting in operation. Look at the car in the rear view mirror as well. You can see them all. They're all lined up. Risman will not pick up spots as a result of this one. He will drop through this little battle pack. But once again, the 98 machine of Chinovic to the point. Here comes the 9 machine. Is that Ronnie Risman on a stand to the inside? You bet your bottom dollar it is. He'll attack with the 9 machine. Mekaritka sent way off the racetrack. And that'll be contact with the 65. So Risman is no holds barred in this one.
And, yeah, there you go. Second. Well, it's now third, I guess. All the way back to, I think, probably an 8th. Throw a blanket over them as the Karakita wanted to get the inside of Risman there. Oh, tags in the back of turn 8. They slide through the corner, past the track limits once again, and then try and get it gathered up for turn 9. And look at this. Crank the steering on, probably apply the power. Unfortunately, we don't have an in-car microphone to go with the camera, so we don't know for certain exactly what the sound of the car or how the car's been driven. It's just go by the look of it, and straight defensive off of turn 11 towards the final corner here. So that tells you a lot about what McCarran Kita wants to get out of this race here. Now under a bit of pressure from, I believe that's Sorowich in the 61. Or is it? Back to the outside track. No, it's a 74 of Mohammed Hasif. They're now behind. So actually, no, sorry, Sorowich and Ronnie Usman are both through. As they're just lining up, and there we go. Adapon in the B-Quik Racing team. Honda Brio there making some moves at turn 1 as well.
Is that some, no, that's just the design of it. I thought for half a moment that was 2 brakes in the front splitter of the number 9 machine, Mekaridka on the run down to turn number 3 once again, but no, that is just the paintwork. Makes it look, there is definitely damage to the front end of that car. How much will be impacting? Hopefully minor. The 98 machine, Chinovic, has managed to get away at the front end of this pack with a little bit of help through not being dive bombed left, right, and center. Certainly helps the pace. Once again, Ronnie Risman tracking down Dorowich. Is he going to show the nose at turn 4? That's brave as he dives late in, tries to get the nose underneath him. Ronnie Risman was all over the place in the last sectors of the last lap. Now he's going to try and have a go at the 61 machine. And a black and white flag for track limits now shown to the number 2 of Yop Boon Chu, who sits inside the top 10 and at the back end of this battle pack. Again, Sorowich manages to hang on to the spot. I'm enjoying this. New addition to the series is Ronnie Risman. Tell you what, he's been aggressive, Dan. I don't hate it. This is made for some exciting racing.
Yeah. Small cars, mighty racing, I think, is an appropriate definition and description of things. As big dive at turn 9 from the 90 of Narendra Path. I think, yep, he's got the move done there. That's passing by, I believe, the 87 Rapak series. So that's changed from 9th place in this extended train of cars as defensive Sorowich against Risman into the final corner. That perhaps though a little premature because Risman going to get a better run off the final turn with the wider entry. And of course, Makarid Kita right there as well. Try and re-pressure as well. Line up, notice how Risman looking to the outside now at turn 1. Surely try and tuck back in and look for prime line. Through the first corner, slide and a bump, and more damage now in the front of Makarid Kita. So I think that tells you how that happened at turn 1.
It's a contact on the front end with the Mekarid Kita entry. And that number 9, Ronnie Risman, will go toe-to-toe. And here comes Adapon. He's going to switch back to the outside. He found an open lane. Now what can he do with that one? What does the front end of the car? A little bit of a lock brake from the 26 machine. And the front end does not turn all that well in the number 9 anymore. And have a look at that. There'll be a parachute on the right front corner of that car. You can just see Adapon's immediately got legs to try and move left and right. Mekarid Kita is doing a phenomenal job, by the way. At the moment, hanging towards the front, leaning on each other just a little bit in behind. That'll be Aniki bin Hafifi and probably Yop Boon Chu going at each other. That car, yeah, that's no longer performing to the same standard it was. Doing a phenomenal job, though. I'm enjoying the drive for the number 9 machine, but now Adapon senses a touch of weakness. I'll tell you what, if there was a blowtorch at the front end of the 26 machine, there would be melted parts from the rear end of the number 9.
Some more updates from race control. So first of all, more track limits violations, black and white flags, cars 7 and 9. So Makarid Kita has now run out of extra lives, as well as down in 15th place. And also importantly, I think this is the first time I've seen it since we've covered the series. Here on screen, the 24 of Sarawut, a black and orange mechanical flag. Now the note from race control we've got to give some more information, there's an illegal camera on the front bumper somewhere.
Which would put it out of spec, for sure.
So they've been called in to get that fixed up. 57 machine, that is Bataya, who's unfortunately running 23rd and last of everyone so far, is the next car to get track limits warnings here. So we're now up to, of everyone in this race, 6 cars with black and white flags, but alas, they stack up behind the 61 of Sorowich for 3rd place, all the way back to 10th place, covered by about 2 seconds here on lap 6. Oh, sorry, we're on lap 7 or 12, are we now? We're into the second half of this one now.
Yep, 6 laps left to go. Around the outside and running a very long route around the outside. Risman's out and in the grass. And he's going to have to find somewhere to try and rejoin. He was left no room there by Meka Rikita. Manages to slot in, loses a couple spots. Adapon picks up one. Run down to turn number 4. Who's going to challenge? And you can just see the number 9 machine is starting to cause dramas. The front end of that car, 61 machine of Sorowich finally finds some clear areas, not being harassed as they get down to turn 5. Inside run, Yop Boon Chu looking to try and pick up a spot. We'll get the nose underneath, Ronnie Risman. Now it'll be on the outside when they get down to turn 7. That's going to open the door in the background. And that's the 24 machine. Confirmation of that one in the pit lane. Give us a shot of the front bumper if you can.
I think is it up there on the bonnet?
It's on tape, yeah.
With the silver tape. Oh, hello.
That's Adapon.
And there's damage to the right rear corner. So he's been given a bump through 6 and 7 and escorted off the road. His team recovers and gets going again, but we lose one from the battle pack for a third on back.
Continuing on, not challenged in any way, shape or form. From Sapat, looking quite comfortable. And I'll tell you what, getting away from that battle pack was the best thing that ever happened to Chinovic. All of a sudden, in a world of his own. And again, Meka Rikita. Must be. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Luso for Adapon turn 1 and just exits stage right from the camera shot. There you go, back on track now.
Made it work?
Yes.
No one saw that? I don't know. I don't know what you're about.
No one saw that. Try again.
Yeah. No mistake. Nothing going on. Here comes Yop Boon Chu. And that'll be the 91 machine. Vaniki Bin Hafifi as well. They'll all have a go at Adapon on the run down there. To the inside. Vaniki Bin Hafifi gets the spot stolen away down at turn 3. Now the run out the other side. As he got the legs, Yop Boon Chu will move to driver's right. Our left, and here comes Adapon once more. Back to the inside. They will enter the run at turn 4, 3 wide. And they're going to have to resolve this one. Adapon does get across to the middle of the road. Yop Boon Chu commits to going the long way round. And just barely manages to keep the car underneath him. Braking down here. I wonder if that was a pinch brake for the 91 machine. Now Vaniki Bin Hafifi. Yop Boon Chu refuses to give up. Continues the long way round at 5 and 6. Still not done, Dan. My word. Still 3 wide on the run down to turn 8. Touch in the rear quarter panel for Vaniki Bin Hafifi, but we'll get it settled back underneath him. And here comes the 87 machine of Rapid Core. He's just driven into this battle pack. Well, that's a long way off the circuit and a little bit of a bump as he rejoins as well. Check the momentum of everyone around him.
Creative license on the track limits there. Man, that was really sending it in. The 91 machine. This is down there now in the back of the top 10. They've lost some time and momentum. For Vaniki Bin Hafifi, that was a slightly wild lap there. As eyes in this battle pack here, had another update from race control. And it's our first time penalty of the race. Yop Boon Chu in that number 2. I think it was a Honda Brio or something like that. Has been flagged for excess to the track. So there you go. Race control have been watching, have been monitoring. Found somebody at fault.
Yep, and I'm not surprised Yop Boon Chu has been wide on a number of occasions, trying to hang on to places and trying to hide from the stewards as he did so. But they are always watching, and if you're outside of the track limits, expect to be pinged. Number 46 car also going to receive himself a warning from the stewards. So I see infringe upon those track limits any further. That'll be down in 13th spot for Nat. At the moment, 4 laps left to run. Race leader continues to run in his own postcode. Vongsapat Katsiri in the Idemitsu Cusco next to team entry. Chinovic, since clearing his out of the way, very well prepared looking Pac-Man liveried car for the PT. Maximtron Wise beating next to entry, sits in second and comfortably so. Both of those drivers getting clear of the battle packs nice and early on. Not been touched since. Everybody else throw a blanket over them. And again, Mekarid Kita starting to make some more time. Back to Sorowich. So we might have a battle on for third place yet again. Ronnie Risman. He's going to go toe-to-toe with Adapon once more. Defends it, hangs on to it. Does Adapon navigate turn 1? Well, he'll be outside the white lines. He'll be outside the curbs. And the bulk of the drivers in that battle pack are going to be outside the curbs. And that's Jon Botenchu in the background there, who's already picked himself up a penalty for exceeding track limits.
On yourself. 3 laps to go in this one too. It would be a brutal way to down the water. So many cars close together. 5-second time penalty across again. Pushing the limits. See, there's a lot of spots in this particular part of the circuit and battles as well. Closing back up onto the rear bumper of Sorowich is the Carragher. See here how that looks on board as well. Down to third gear. He was trying to not tip it in too hard from that onboard angle there. Almost got that rear just lively enough that it was happy to rotate. What you need in the car is if you're going to put power down through the front wheels, you need that rear end happy to move around for you. Get the rotation edge.
Certainly. And battle pack closing up once again. Going to be 2 laps left to run when we get to the end of this lap. And it's going to be a 2-lap dash at the moment. Still held by Sorowich. Mekarit Kita has not been able to find a way through. We just watch, we wait, we wonder, and Ronnie Risman closes back in. Now it's going to be a big send from a fairway back for Mekarit Kita. Doesn't quite get to the inside, but did force the cover from the 91 machine, who is going to run very, very wide. Sorry, my apologies, the 61 machine of Sorowich now runs very wide off that final corner. Will carry momentum on the start-finish straight, but that'll be a track limits abusage there. And we just watch and wait and look through the list. I think he's actually okay in terms of track limits for now. So now he starts to use them up when he needs to defensively. 2 laps left to run, 9 Ks. And a big old run out of turn 1 on the run down to turn 3. Mekarid Kita covers to the inside, but have a look at the run from Ronnie Risman. Gets clear in the middle. Now can he show something to Sorowich is still 3rd spot away.
Down towards turn 3, so it's a little bit of a lock there from Adapon. Going to get the 26 machine pulled up. Try and put the power down, pulling it round the outside. Work the way up towards turn 4. Searching in amongst this Botenchu there. Don't forget he's already got a 5-second time penalty, so going to be sent back, but the rear of this group, well, actually might be okay, because apparently behind Aniki Hafifi there's a 5.8 second margin. Oh no, around Adapon! He's going to get dropped out of the group, and that's the 2nd incident for a B-Quik car. The group splinters as a result. Another update from Race Control, another mechanical black flag, this time for the number 74 machine of Mohammed Hassif, who is down at the back of the field, but they've been flagged for non-compliant headlights, which apparently are constantly flashing At the front of the field, it's Volkswagen Series, 1 lap left to run here in race 2 of the weekend for Thailand Super Eco. And his margin is 7.3 seconds. He did lose a couple of tenths last lap, but everything seems under control for him.
Well, here we go. Final lap of the race, and Ronnie Risman has managed to track down Sorowich. He's going to be covered all the way to the inside of the racetrack. He'll finally yield and allow him a little bit of space to work with, but the flick back to the outside of the racetrack had the 61 machine crawling all over. Risman got the spot, but now we'll be punching the hole in the air. He will cover to the inside of the racetrack, and here comes Mekari Kita as well. Not quite out of this one, but if they block all the way down this straight, there might be an opportunity for an overtake from Mekari Kita, particularly whilst these two are punching the hole in the air. Again, the 61 machine will show the nose, but not quite good enough on the brakes at turn 3. Risman, though, very wide in the mid-corner. Much better rotation now for the 61 machine, and they will go toe-to-toe as they come out of turn 3. Final lap of the race, battle for third. And a podium in the offing for these two. Still neck and neck, nothing in it. Finally starts to grab a little bit of legs towards the back end of the straight. They touch as they get close to the braking zone for 4. Here comes around the outside. Sorowich Samai will have a go. Ronnie Risman, the Malaysian driver, to the inside. Finally manages to look like he's got the spot. As he run it too deep in at turn 5. He has a fraction. The door will open. Somnai Sorowich is going to get back underneath and will steal third spot away in the 61 machine. There's only a couple more corners left to go. They'll run out of 7. The run down to turn 8. Have a look at Yon Boon Chu and the guys in the background. Boon Chu has a penalty. He will lose 5 seconds for these guys. That's a huge slide. Manages to save it. Just contact with Mekari Kita.
Oh, 1, 2, and it comes unstuck. Ronnie Risman will drop off the podium with that, but for Volkswagen Series, it's absolute opposite of the chaos we've seen there. Just calm finish to his race. Chinowich as well ends up in a comfortable second behind this madhouse, as towards the end of the race it will be Sorowich to grab the podium. Yop Boonshu up to 4th on the road, which will of course, as we said, drop back a couple of seconds. But man, was that crazy. And in fact, with all that fighting, yeah, the 5-second penalty for Yop Boonshu will drop him back to 9th place after getting up to 4th there across the road on the final lap.
So for Sorowich Samai, wow, what a battle. Forced Ronnie Risman to drive it in hard. He made the mistake, and Mekari Kita was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, was set for a 5th spot finish. He avoided that one. She would have been 4th on the road. Not to be, unfortunately. There is the 99 machine parked up, will not make the end.
That's like turn 12. Yeah, oh no. That's cruel. You can see the checkered flag waving for your seat, and the cars come to a stop. 100 meters maybe before the finish line? Yeah, but it's not going anywhere. Okay, right.
That left front tire, yes, so there's been more contact deeper in the field. Final results and the outright classifications. Vongsapat gets it done from Chinovich, and Sorowich are your top 3 overall. In the overall eco class, Vongsapat gets it done from Mekari Kita, and Ronnie Risman will come home 3rd in the overall drivers' standings. All 3 of those drivers inside of the top 8. In Eco C+, it's going to be Chinovich from Sorowich, and Yop Boon Chu will cross the line in 3rd spot in the class. It'll be Rapid Corn, who will get promoted to the podium after 8-time penalty. I don't know whether or not that's done. We might see more to come our way. Supercorn over Adele and Natalia in the C-Class drivers as well, Dan. And that is why we love Super Eco.
Small cars, not a ton of grip, make position, big moves, and occasionally some slightly crazy ones too. So 100%, it's stuff that we makes for great racing, even at a big track like this, and the lap times being 2 minutes plus in length. And Vongsapat gets here. Did he have the fast lap of the race?
Yes, he did.
Yes, it does. It does also go as the fast lap for the entire do show the fast lap of the race leader, or the race winner, which isn't always the absolute fastest lap. As our feed has jumped back to the new for 2025 digital. What's the word that I'm looking for there? Studio. That's the word. Somehow I completely blanked on that. That's a good shot for celebrations there for Vongspak Siri. And there you go, Goody on standby, who getting ready to talk to our top 3 drivers here. And with that, we have just one race before the lunchtime break at the circuit. This will be actually, I think, important for us. It's the first time this year that we'll see the Super Touring category out on the track, and it's also the first time for us seeing it since the rebranding. And so I actually need to get my head around exactly getting a feel for what might have changed there. It'll be also our first race to have to worry about both a 60-minute time limit as well. Compulsory pit stops.
ครับคุณผู้ชมครับผลออกมาแล้วนะครับยังไม่เป็นทางการนะครับ
Good stuff there as well. Turn Goody down for a second. Back up here, but that's our sprint racing for the morning done. Scott, but I'll have more of it coming in the afternoon. Pick up Class C.
Yeah, so we'll get a few moments here and step away and give a little bit of a break because I think we're going to need a few moments. We'll, like we said, 60 minutes plus a lap to come your way for your new for 2025 Thailand Super Touring category. And a little bit of change in the regs, a little bit of change in the way that's set up, but it should be interesting racing. Driver swaps as well for the first time this weekend. So a lot to come your way in just a few moments. We'll step away and be back with Thailand Super Touring.
เราจะไปต่อแบบไหนได้บ้างก็ปีนี้ก็เต็มที่แน่นอนครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับอันดับ2นะฮะแน่นอนนะครับหมายเลข98นะครับกับชินวิทย์รมยานนท์แสดงความยินดีด้วยครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับโอ้รอบนี้เหนื่อยมากเหนื่อยจริงๆร้อนมากพี่บิน2 รอบโอ้แล้วเล่าเหตุการณ์ให้ฟังหน่อยในระหว่างการแข่งขันเกิดอะไรขึ้นตอนแรกผมออกไปผมก็แซงน้องพอแซงน้องเสร็จแล้วน้องเขาก็พยายามแซงคืนทีนี้ก็พยายามก็ต้องบล็อกก็ต้องดันก็ต้องดึงกันให้สุดๆนะครับพอดึงสุดเสร็จก็ต้องไล่น้องเขาอีกไล่ไม่เข้าน้องเร็วมากไปไม่ได้แล้วใช่ไปไม่ไหวแล้วครับแต่แน่นอนก็ถือว่าประสบความสำเร็จก็เต็มที่สุดแล้วครับฝากถึงแฟนเลยครับก็ยังไงฝากเชียร์เบอร์90กับเบอร์98ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับและอันดับที่1นะต้องบอกว่าเป็นดับเบิลแชมป์ในเรสทั้ง2เรสเลยนะฮะกับน้องเรียวแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับโอ้โหสุดยอดเลยน้องเดียวไหนจะต้องถูกถ่วงน้ำหนักสตาร์ทในกริดที่5ถูกไล่กันไปไล่กันมาแล้ววันนี้ก็มาอยู่อันดับที่1รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับความรู้สึกนี้ก่อนเลย
ก็ดีใจครับแล้วก็สนุกเมื่อวานนี้ครับก็ตอนสตาร์ทเราทำได้ดีเราก็เลยฉวยโอกาสไปที่1แล้วก็พอข้างหลังเล่นกันปุ๊บเราก็มีสิทธิ์หนีไปได้
ใช่เพราะด้วยความที่เวลาในเรื่องของการแข่งขันเนี่ยคุณผู้ชมอาจจะงงว่าเอ๊ะในเราออกไปที่1ปุ๊บเนี่ยที่2ที่3แทนที่เขาจะตามมาแบบได้ติดแต่พอมันเกิดการแบทเทิลกันเนี่ยมันจะมีการบล็อกแล้วก็บังทำให้เวลาเนี่ยมันถูกเสียจังหวะไปถูกไหมฮะเราก็เลยทำให้เนี่ยฉีกเวลาเนี่ยออกไปได้เร็วขึ้นถูกไหมพอใจไหมกับการแข่งขันในปีนี้
ก็โซฟาก็พอใจมากนะครับแล้วก็เป็น good start to the year เนาะก็เดี๋ยวต้องคอยดูอีก6สนามเนาะก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับเบอร์33แล้วขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ทุกคนด้วยนะครับ
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับน้องเรียวนะครับวงสพัฒน์เกตซีรีส์นั่นเองนะครับเป็นดับเบิลแชมป์ไปสำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นแน่นอนยังมีสิ่งที่น่าสนใจกับรุ่นนี้และรุ่นต่อๆไปนะครับติดตามให้ดีกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series นะครับเดี๋ยวติดตามกับไฮไลท์กันต่อครับ เป็นรุ่นที่น่าจับตามองมาก เพราะรุ่นนี้เนี่ยนะครับมีนักแข่งเนี่ยต้องบอกว่า 20 กว่าคันเยอะมากเลยนะนักแข่งเนี่ยรวมไปแล้วที่เกือบ 50 คนเลยนะฮะเพราะว่าใช้เวลาในการแข่งเนี่ย1 ชั่วโมงบวกอีก1 รอบ ผู้ที่ทำเวลาในการคุริฟายได้ดีที่สุดนะครับกับ YK Motorsport 1 นาที 55.708 นะครับมีนักแข่ง 2 คนด้วยกันนั่นก็คือเบฟธนาโรจน์ธนาสิทธิ์นิธิเกตและแคทนะครับน้องแคทลีนะฮะเดี๋ยวไปดูกันว่าวันนี้เบฟเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรนั่นเองนะฮะตามผมมาเลยฮะจาก YK Motorsport นะครับไม้แรกนะครับจะเป็นเบฟก่อนนะครับแล้วค่อยมาเป็นน้องแคทนัทนิตนะครับเป็นไม้ที่ 2สวัสดีครับเบฟครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการมาคอลิฟายในครั้งนี้เป็นเวลาที่ดีที่สุดเลย
ครับก็ค่อนข้างพอใจในผลงานนะครับปีนี้เปลี่ยนเป็นรถเทอร์โบนะครับไปปรับตัวนิดหน่อย
เราต้องปรับอะไรบ้างในรุ่นนี้
ก็ปรับตัวในการขับครับเมื่อก่อนขับ NA มาตลอดตอนนี้มาเทอร์โบก็ต้องเรียนรู้กับการขับเทอร์โบให้มากขึ้น
ความแตกต่างระหว่าง NA กับเทอร์โบเท่าที่เราสัมผัสมาเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ NA ก็จะขับง่ายกว่านะครับแล้วก็แต่อาจจะเสียเปรียบในเรื่องพละกำลังนะครับแล้วก็การเมเนจยางเทอร์โบก็อาจจะทำได้ยากกว่า
ครับก็อาจจะอยู่ที่ระบบของเทอร์โบระบบอัดอากาศอะไรต่างๆที่มันจะมีความเร็วที่ได้เปรียบกว่า NA เพราะฉะนั้นก็ปรับตัวกันเรียบร้อยแล้วนะฮะอันนั้นฝากถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์ทีม YK ด้วยครับ
ก็ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ทีม YK Motorsport ด้วยนะครับปีนี้ลงแข่ง3 คันนะครับมีเบอร์ 14นะครับแล้วก็เบอร์ 7 เบอร์ 22ครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับหมายแรกนะครับกับเบฟธนาโรจน์ธนาสิทธิ์นิธิเกตนะครับขับคู่กับแคทนัทนิตลีวัฒนาวรากุลนะครับจาก YK Motorsport อันดับที่2นะฮะที่ทำเวลาได้ดีที่สุดนะครับจากนี่เลยฮะต้องมาดูกันนะฮะสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับแหนหมายแรกจะเป็นน้องอาร์มก่อนนะครับอาร์มครับเป็นไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ
รู้สึกดี
ครับ
โอเควันนี้ได้ข่าวว่าขับคู่กับโอม
ครับ
เราวางแผนกันอย่างไรบ้างสำหรับการแข่งขันในรุ่นซูเปอร์ทัวริงปีนี้
ก็แน่นอนครับเราก็มีเป้าหมายเพื่อชิงแชมป์นะครับก็จะพยายามทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
ครับวางแผนอย่างนี้1 ชั่วโมงเนี่ยคิดว่าเราจะต้องยังไงบ้างครับถ้าเกิดว่าเป็นการวางแผน
ก็คิดว่าก็ควรทำให้ดีครับก็มันไม่แน่นอนนะครับมันอยู่ที่รูปเกมข้างหน้าไม่รู้จะเป็นไง
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้
ใช่ครับ
ครับอาร์มครับในการซ้อมนะฮะเราคู่กับโอมมาเนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับหน้าที่เรา
ก็อาร์มก็ค่อนข้างไว้ใจโอมครับเพราะโอมก็เป็นคนที่ขับรถได้เร็วตลอดอยู่แล้วครับก็เชื่อใจกันครับ
ครับผมฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์อาร์มกับโอมนะครับแล้วก็พี่หมัดกับเชนนะครับM&M Racing Team by Nexter Liquid Moly แล้วก็ P1 Automotive ครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับขอบพระคุณครับอาร์มนะครับชนกนันท์นันทามานนท์นะครับจะขับเป็นไม้แรกนะครับแล้วโอมธนพัฒน์สุทธิสว่างนะครับก็จะเป็นไม้ที่2ไปต่อกันนะครับคุณผู้ชมอันดับที่3ในกริดสตาร์ทในวันนี้จากเวลาคุริฟายในวันที่ 57.564 นะครับเป็นของนี่เลยฮะโชติลินชายครับสวัสดีครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการคุริฟายในวันนี้
ตื่นเต้นครับเป็นครั้งแรกที่อยู่ในข้างหน้าเขาครับผมปกติอยู่กลาง
เพราะอะไรสำหรับปีนี้กับการเตรียมความพร้อมเราถึงมาเล่นอยู่จุดนี้
คันนี้รถสร้างใหม่ครับก็เลยทุ่มเทกับมันค่อนข้างจะเยอะครับก็ใส่ใจที่รายละเอียดดีกว่า
โดยเฉพาะทีมไดรเวอร์ด้วยมือ2เป็น
ใหม่อนิวัฒน์ครับผม
นี่อาจารย์ใหม่เลยนะวางแผนกันอย่างไรบ้างต้องเป็นแชมป์ยังไงให้ได้ในสนาม
ก็ผมขับรถให้เซฟที่สุด
ครับ
เพื่อจะคว้าชัยชนะให้ได้ครับผม
นี่อาจารย์ใหม่ก็มาให้กำลังใจด้วยนะโอเคเดี๋ยวยังไงก็ต้องมาดูกันต่อว่าเกมจะเป็นอย่างไรสนุกแค่ไหนนะครับโอเคขอบพระคุณฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ครับผมฝากติดตามผมนะครับ Nexter X ลูกไม้ลิงนานะครับผมอาร์มาด้วยสปอร์ตนะครับผมฝากด้วยครับมีมา2 คันนะครับรอบนี้
โอเคขอบพระคุณครับโอเคครับผู้ชมครับแน่นอนนะฮะเรายังมีอีกหลายท่านที่เป็นนักแข่งในรุ่นซูเปอร์ทัวริงนี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Well, welcome back once again, ladies and gents. The first of our 1 hour in length categories here for the weekend. And, well, racing action is returning in what we know is a new for 2025 category, but by all intents and purposes, the research suggests this is just rebranded from the Super Compact category from last season. I do have also a little bit more information on that for you as well. There's going to be a naturally aspirated and a turbocharged championship within the championship. So anything that has got a turbo will also be competing for an additional prize against anything else with a turbo and the naturally aspirated. So we'll have to keep an eye on a few bits and pieces as a result of that one. You're not going to see differences in the car numbers, but we'll keep an eye on it in the championship results in the background as well. Making our way down through the grid at the moment, number 13 machine is going to be out to 14th place is Nakarit. We'll be heading over to Manuel Rafael Caceres. So again, driver swaps in this series as well. Our compulsory pit stops, regardless of if you're a single driver or a shared combination as well. So somewhere between the end of the 25th minute and the start of the end of the 35th minute of racing. So a 10-minute window to effectively do your pit stops. And we'll wait for that one in the middle of this one. 1 hour plus 1 lap. And the 1 minute board at the front end of the grid, Dan, sees us ready for the first Super Touring race of 2025.
That it does indeed. And I think more to the fact that this is a series that we're familiar with is the fact that when you look at the teams, the drivers, there are familiar drivers and teams and familiar cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
For example,
so
Pulse Tanaroj is back from B-Quik Motorsports. Out there today. Once again, Tanawit there. I'm pretty certain that Honda City was racing last year as well. I bet you that it was Thailand. That's a familiar team name that I've read off a couple of times off the timing screens as well. M&M Racing Team by Nexter and team name actually switches off. Fun the intros. Back, that is the 55. Nexter and Liquimoli. Okay, there you go. Just got name gets cut off, but formation lap underway, and it's also our first rolling start race of the day and the first rolling start race of the entire weekend since we've covered things. Weather update from the circuit. Humidity is back up over 70%. Air temperature has dropped thanks to potentially some cloud cover moving in. Track temperature though, Scott, still high.
Yeah, and I think we'll expect to see that for the remainder of the weekend as well, is that, yeah, that's just going to continue to climb. Righto. Super Touring, and here comes the grid thick and fast. Actually, you're going to be seeing the drivers that are starting the race for the moment. But once again, the Chang International Circuit, and what that looks like in racing action will be the topic of conversation here. 12 turns, 4.5 kilometers. It is creating a ton of overtaking opportunities. You got down at turn 3 is your best one. If you can get good drive and get to the inside of someone before turn 4. 5 is a great overtaking opportunity in the final corner as well. A lot more sharp than looks on the tin, that final corner. Very difficult to get the car parked up and turned into. So
in addition to it being our first rolling start race of the season, it's our first race category running on the Hankook Ventus F200 slick tyre in these dry conditions. We've only had semi-slick running so far this weekend, so this is one of our categories that is still on the Hankook slicks. How about that? He's got the phone mounted up in this car, Ron Ball 15. But through your grid, Tanaroj and Chanakun on the front row with Chotlin and Visit Pong. On the second row here, so you can see our top 4 cars are all 2 driver pairings. Nuchanon and Norat on row number 3 with Anu Sorn, the first solo driver, with Ayrton Astathorn alongside 8th, actually from solo row 4. Nabil Aslan and Onrad Praset on there at the top 10. John Sack and Tyler Unra there on row 6 to start the race. Chen and Chicha and Narrow for 13 and 14. They've actually disappointed the 13s, not the 13th. But anyways, Pete Pole and Varanchit on row number 8. Kick things off. Verovic Payo on the 9th row. Top 20 is ranked out by Tanawit and Greta Pass. Final 3 rows started this race. Going to be Adapong, Bunk, Ravison, Tibodin, Farah, and over the page we'll get Punapat Sub on his own and Chase Chakras Parks starting second. Machine at the very back of the field, on board here with the 18 machine. They are starting, I think, now on Rod Prasset, 10th place. So let's see. Hopefully a chance to share this a couple of times during the race. A couple of new cars entered for this season, but there's a lot of familiar names, familiar faces, and familiar vehicles out on track. So it's going to be a mix here to see who can come away with the first win in Super Touring 2025. YK Motorsports, Tanaroj there on the right-hand side of the circuit. He's got control of the rolling start. Once we come, well, sorry, he's got the lead of the field. Are controlled by the gantry though, Scott. So let's see who gets the jump when the lights go out.
Yep, that'll be what we'll be keeping an eye on. Here we go. First lap of 1 hour worth of racing duration. Who is going to get the launch? Thanaroj will be looking for a good start, a good continuation. There it is. The timing screen has started as they get across the start-finish line. They're running to turn number 1. Chanak Noon is managing to stay alongside, sending it in from the second row. I think that might be Visit Pong, who's going to try and go up the inside. And again, as usual, everyone running wide and trying to make as much room as they possibly can off the outside of turn number 1. Ooh, he's going to get it lined up when they get down to turn 3.
Go on board with Anon. What he sees back here in and around 10th place. He goes for the racing line. We found out at least 3 wide into turn 3 in front of him, if not 4 wide. And he's been very deep and having to actually getting escorted out wide on the exit 3 as well. So not entirely by choice there for Anon Rod Prasad as we watch him now build the speed. And I think there's also like he's got a digital dash input on this car. And I think I'm seeing some kind of like face inserted inside of, presume, the speedometer. But anyways, through turn 4, a little loose there on entry initially, but car seems to gather it up as 3 wide in front now for about 7th place as they try and sort themselves out. But car on the outside, I think it's the 25, which Nora Apava absolutely monstering it around the outside for Toyota Gazoo in Thailand. Picks up a spot in there, I think. Oh, hang on to it there, Anon. Keeps control of it through turn 7 as we come up to turn 8 and we go back to the TV shots here and watch the field streak through the top half of the circuit on this over a big defensive move there from Anton Asdathorn, who has already raced today, don't forget. I'm trying to remember, it was in the Eco, wasn't it? No, it was the F4 Southeast Asia. Now I've already had a blank on where we saw his name earlier today. Nevertheless, back here again with Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand on his own in the 51 machine. Is lovely shot overhead of the final turn. Big move there under brakes at the final point. I think is Pai Rulanoir getting 10th place off of Ayrton. As there it is across the start finish line for the first racing lap of Super Touring in 2025. Done.
Yeah, one in the books and done. Nice and quick from the get-go. 56.348 from Thanaroj is going to set us up for the first racing lap run down to turn number 3 and have a look at the aggression that's coming out of Chanak Nunu. Will try and get to the inside. He's offering no draft to the cars that are in behind him at this point in time. But Chotnin was chasing that one hard. A little bit of debris out on the outside here. They're going to feed it into 2 wide down at turn 3. And that's the onboard shot from the number 18 of Anon, who'll be a solo entry. It's the 38 and 25. Norarat and Nabil ahead of him. We're going side by side. And you can see how much speed he's finding. A little wave to the camera on the run to turn 4. As they feed in. Did he manage to get up and alongside and around the outside number 18 machine? I think he just might have.
Not quite.
Seeing issues for the number 51 of Ayrton as well. He's dropped back a few places on this lap. Run from 7 to 8. Down in the back half of the circuit. And short shoot, little shoot off of turn 8. A fire to the inside now. will be Nabil Aslan. Gets to the inside, gets the job done on Anderson. That was a late move, a late lunge, and I think that's half the reason that one worked.
Yep, set it up, try and make it a bit of a surprise, and it works fairly well in that situation. Now has to worry about Anderson trying to get that spot back. The YK Motorsports on the CRZ, but can't make it stick at the final corner, and if anything, comes under pressure from Anon in the process there, although Azaf from the Bill just still moving over to protect the run turn 1, but I wouldn't be doing that too much. I think I'd be focused on a clean, wide entry into turn 1 and focus on the turn protection into turn 3. Early days in the race, but maybe at the same time, these guys are not afraid. Get the fighting going early here. Super 2.
Yep, we're gonna challenge all day as they go 3 wide on the run down to turn number 3 again. And already a car transiting the lane as we're looking at the moment. That is going to be the 31 machine of Thibodeau and Praporge for the Train Lubricants next to Racing Yaris. And yet again, 22 machine side by side. This is outside the top 10. And with 3 wide on the run down to turn number 3, it looks like they've managed to get that one sorted out before turn 4.
Here, which is the third way to get through the corners, you'd suggest. Focus here on the behind the wheel. Now up to 13th places. In front of him, the next pack, catch it. Still got Nabil Aslan leading it, still bending like mad. The drivers working way up from 9. Try and park the car up, get a good apex, run out other side. Big pressure now on the back of the second YK Motorsports CRZ. And the Sawn is going to contact Sonclair back in that lone Ford Fiesta again this year. But up front of the field, Tanaroj, Chanakun, YK Motorsports and M&M Racing Team battling once again. Of course, the big change for M&M is that they've gone from bright yellow cars last year to now liquid moly backing and a lot of blue here on the 55. So that.
Yep, run down once again. A little bit of a change in the livery as well for the 14 car. A bit more white on board that car. Remember it being thoroughly red, but the Sunoco backing continues for YK Motorsports. Honda CRZs lead the way, first, second, and third at the moment. Honda, in fact, top 4 with a Honda City in 4th spot, and one of the new entries as well, the 56 machine. Nuchanon and Michael in Mazda 2 sits in 5th place, the only Mazda in the field at the moment, performing well on its debut.
Shot here of the pit wall. Now, okay. But you can't tell from the jersey what angles are here on the jerseys. Down on the plane. In the pit wall to full effect. Timing screens are all open, and we focused on the data there. Play that. Actually, a bit of an interesting question sort of about where does Super Touring sort of fit in the general global scale of performance, and the question being is somewhere around TCR level. Well, I'd say it's analogous, but definitely a step or two down on overall performance. Given we've got a mix of naturally aspirated and turbocharged cars, and looking at the lap times here, they're lapping in the 1:56s here around Chang. So I'd say they're probably a little bit off what a TCR car can do, because they've also got this aero as well. But I mean, similar concept in that it's hot hatches, slick tyres, a bit of aero. But yes, the mix of turbo cars and naturally aspirated cars. Probably the bigger change this year is the fact that they've going to break that up and have separate championships for those classifications and cars based on
Yep, this is the battle ongoing at the moment. Between the 66 machine Chotnin in third place, ahead of Visit Pong behind. And that's the difference between the CRZ and the Honda City. And there's the Mazda in behind as well. We can try and gain some ground. New fastest first sector of the race, 28.529, set by the 59 of Cheneknen on the run down to turn 3.
First retirement looks like of the race coming up there. And on Rod Presert, our car we had the onboard camera with there out of 10th place to start. Pulling off at what I believe there was turn 3. So that's not looking good. And we've seen that run off now many a time here. Chang, generally. Focus here on one of the new cars to the series this year, the 56 Mazda. Lichennon currently behind the wheel of that one to start this race. Stay in that battle there. Third on back, and then back to Nabil Aslan. He now leads a train of 8 cars now, maybe. Try and count them when we come to an angle. So got 4 immediately behind, a 5th car in the form of number 15. It's a Racing Team Thailand car pretty close by. I think call it 5. Call it a battle of 6. Speaking of battle, side by side for a moment there between Ayrton As the Thorn and Hyrule Noir. Number 94, next to by RMR Motorsport. Machine. Bad run through the hairpin though. Put Sub in the R Attic Sky Gallery 34. Going to have a go at that spot. That gets both of them on the run to turn 4.
Yep, now it's going to come back at them because the problem is you get the move done in turn 4. Generally, you're on a touch wide. A little bit of a change between the 36 and the 7. Sorry, that'll be the 38 and the 7 machine as Nabil Aslan gets that spot away. Propping him up when they got to the apex at turn 5. Now he's going to force the cover down at turn 8. This might present an opportunity at turn 9, and they're all queuing up in behind Nabil Aslan because that's Funapat who's looking to have a go at him as well. Have a look at this battle pack down. These guys are right on top of each other. 7 or 8 cars in the train, all looking to try and have a go at one another. Saw that from Super Rico as well. As soon as he started fighting, oh, that was it. Forget the pack ahead. It all run away. Now covering once more. 51, I believe, of Ayrton Asdathorn. Second time we've seen him this weekend as well.
Bit of hip and shoulder there as Nabil Aslan tries to hang on, keep the position over the number 7, Banassaun, but can't hold it at the final turn. Tries to hang on to it by maybe creatively using the track lips. Oh!
Boy!
The hit to the right side car. Miraculously, I think both cars might have walked away from that one okay.
Yeah, they have, but they've both lost the spot in the meantime. And that will mean that they've given the spot up to Funapat, who gains a ton of ground. He might now start to look to disappear. The 51 machine trying to look for some spots. So it's an As the Thorn. Still trying to have a go, and they're going to be 3 wide yet again. They can't do this for an hour. Surely they can't do this for an hour in the grass. Why don't you? I'll be thunder with the 15 machine. Damn, this is going nuts. These guys have got an hour. We're nearly 15 minutes in. We're nearly a quarter of the way into this one. And the elbows haven't stopped coming, and As the Thorn's going to show the nose. Now down at turn 5 to the inside, the 7th. Anasorn is going to give that spot up to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Yaris Ativ. Surely this just can't continue for an hour worth. No way.
These guys should have not get the memo that they're going to make the car last an hour. here today, and then make sure, probably ideally, they don't make too much work for their teams in preparation for tomorrow's races. That's a car throwing something down quite badly then. That wasn't one of the cars involved in the incident. I believe that's actually that green and white Honda CRZ, which would be replay here. So initially, bump out of the final turn. Anna Storm was not looking to let Nabil Aslan back within the track limits there. Both the final turn and also out of turn 1. Yeah, green and white CRZ limping across the line as round 2, but they're on the opposite sides of each other now. But we're inside the track limits and we stay away from contact. Okay. Let's just try to pick up the car number of that green and white car CRZ. Something 57, Primpol, Pimpol, Tang Tong Wekchit in the F7 CRZ. That seems like the most likely candidate. What's happening here is 3 wide now through turn 3. Man, this lot decided they were going to bring the racing action, and we love them for it in many respects. But at the same time, this is getting crazy.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit absurd now because it's gone on for quite a number of laps. Somebody tell these guys it's in a sprint race. It's an hour long. Here comes the 22 machine. It's going to shove the nose in as well. Verovic gets aggressive, backs out of it on the run down to turn number 4. Nabil Aslan is going to continue to go toe-to-toe with Ayrton Asdathorn deep on the brakes. Down to turn number 5, runs it a touch wide, and that is going to open the door. This might finally resolve this battle. And the 22 machine is going to shove the nose in as well. Asdathorn will grab the spot. Round the outside now. From Verovic, we'll see if he can take the spot away. They're starting to resolve battles. No, they're not. Look at them in the background. Not quite back there as well. Again, round the outside. Sorry, it's the 38 machine. Nabil Aslan, who's on the outside here and on the defensive from the Verovic YK Motorsports machine. Finally starting to resolve it. And there is a lot of smoke out the back of that next car in line as well.
Meanwhile, what do we have here? The battle for 3rd, I believe. Yep, 79 of Visipong in the VP Auto up by Taker. All the way through to the 25 Puerto Gazuras and Thailand Garden Norris. 5 cars for 3rd. Just, by the way, racing on their own in a pretty intense little battle. But note that interval there. They are over 20 seconds behind the race leader, who Tanaroj and Chenokun have just gone off by their own, nose to tail, and left everyone else in the dust as our favourite. Well, favourite might be a questionable word, but tricky trio. I can't quite think of the right synonym to describe this lot, because especially when it's Nabil and over there that Aslan wants to catch up to. Anasorn's dropped back. It's Verovic. It's the sister YK on his car, not the one that Nabil Aslan tangled with earlier. So reset that one there, and now worry about Anton Asdathorn in Puerto Gazuras Racing Thailand. Garris behind him.
This one's not going to go up at all, is it, Dan? We just don't want to slot in for any stretch of the imagination, start trying to make some time and then fight. If they did, it would only be a 2-car battle potentially, and they'd be able to resolve it and move on with their lives, but it's not going to go away. So instead, we watch, we wait for the next blow to be thrown in what's been a phenomenal battle thus far. 42 minutes on the clock. We are about 7 minutes away from the pit lane window opening. Lap times for race leaders, 56.0 for Thanaroj, 56.1 for Chanik Nguyen. So they're proceeding away at quite a rate of knots. Kajon Sak's doing really, really well, and I might have just cursed him. Sorry, that's fastest laps of the day. 56.9 for Thanaroj, most recent lap. 57.4 for Chanik Nguyen. Chotnin is currently doing 58.2, 58.3 for Kajon Sak. So really, really good to see Kajon Sak back and in form. He's had a lot of problems with the Ford Fiesta over the last few years. How's that for convenient timing, a segue?
It's like they were listening to us, which they're not, I don't think. If they are, that would be kind of interesting. But nevertheless, Yeah, Chotnin and Kajonsak, and this battle for third has actually splintered a bit here. Their last lap time, Visipol dropped 2 seconds on these two cars here in shot. So that explains why the 5-car group has sort of fragmented now. Yeah. Coming up to 1/3 race distance. Coming up to the compulsory pit stop window, and all the drivers will have to make a venture down the lane for service, even if they don't have a driver swap to, as several of the cars do. Is Zach looking at turn 8, can't find it. Has to go back to the outside, try and open the line, and he's getting some defensive driving out of Chotnin. So, you know, with a good run like here, that 9 and 10 as we just cut away right as I feel like John Sack was setting that up for the run to turn 12. Back to this troublesome trio. The word menace has been used to describe what I was looking for, but fair enough, it doesn't quite alliterate the way I was hoping for. As unfortunately for the 57 of Team Colt, that's gotten worse for his Honda CRZ. For the pit lane, to the runoff escape road, he has gone. Thankfully, I think it was behind a fence already, so that won't affect the racing here on tracks.
No, it won't. Instead, we'll keep our eyes peeled for what will be now within inside the 5-minute window to first round of pit stops. Black and white flag being shown to the 39 car for track limits. That's Varon shit at the moment, sits down in 16th spot, so that'll be track limit infringements coming his way.
Not the only car to have one of those. The first car to get flagged for it was the 66 machine, which is currently driven by Chotnin. Then the 55 and the 94 flagged in the same message. Oh, my word. The 39 of Varon shit.
That's somebody's bumper.
Gets the black and white track limits, and now either his bumper has been destroyed or he's picked up somebody else. I think that actually could be a good chunk of his. It's just so dislodged, it's somehow hanging on that it's all over the place there. That could easily be a mechanical black and orange flag if it threatens to fall off, or maybe just 4 minutes to the compulsory pit window open.
Yeah,
it holds on. It holds on. They can just get it done in the pits.
Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad call, Dan. That's actually not a bad call. That'll be exactly what they're going to try and do with that race car as they trend towards that window. For now, we might get the first signs of this race settling a fraction as we trend in the direction of that pit stop. At the moment, margin for the race leader now 1.4 seconds. There is still quite a significant battle. Third is Kajonsak now as he's got that move done. Third back to 7th spot, covered by less than 4 seconds. So we still have quite a significant battle in there. You can actually see Visipong actually made up about 0.8 of a second on Chotnin on that most recent lap. So Chotnin starting to drop away. Ran a 2-minute. In fact, he was 1.8 seconds slower than Kajonsak on the most recent lap. Kajonsak was about a second slower than our race leaders, so he's in a really, really nice window for his lap times.
Yeah, it's really looking good here for the team. Like Ellis, racing team next to the 55 has 3 more cars with black and white flags to add to the 7 already. So we're up to 10 drivers with black and white flags. So you can now add the 38 of Nabil Aslan, the 59 of Gritapas, and the 72 of, Tayo, as cars with black and white flags all tracked. Here's that they're being abused everywhere by everyone in race control. Absolutely throwing out the black and white flag. Get a black and white flag. At this rate, is everyone getting a black and white flag? Indeed.
A gift. Race control brought us a gift, Dan.
One way to put it.
Yeah, well, going to keep us on our toes, I think, for the foreseeable future. But in the meantime, that is the Ford Fiesta of Kajonsak out of the final corner. Just in behind him is this little grouping of 3 cars as well. So that was your margin from third back to fourth. This is 5th, 6th, 7th on the road. Visit Pong from Nuchanon and Norarat has driven his way in this one. And the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry. That'll be the first of the Yaris's in the field. That Mazda 2 slowly drifting further backwards, isn't it, as it's gone on. But a really good run by that car for its first weekend. Good to see the additional manufacturers jumping into the series as well. I always like when we do get to see those.
Yes, just confirming a question. PSS chat that we are coming up on 15 seconds to the opening of the compulsory pit stop window. So wait to see which drivers and teams take the stop straight away, or if they will choose to stretch it out beyond the start of the window, which is now, as you can see here with the marshals down in the lane as we capture this shot. We have 10 minutes to come and take compulsory stop. Now, the other thing to note is that if we do get a safety car in this point in the race, pit window is paused. You can't complete your compulsory stop under a safety car if it does happen. It'll be resumed with the time remaining once the race has been restarted. So there's that little caveat to the window being 10 minutes. 10 minutes of green flag running. That's basically the way to put it in precise words. So for your top 2, they've happily carried on. For the next pack of cars, 79, 56, lock up there, but all of them stay out. Your first taker is going to be the 66 next to RMR Motorsport Honda CRZ. Chotnin has decided he's done what he needs to do, and it'll be time for Anawat to jump in that CRZ.
Time for him to take over. He'll hand off to the teammate and let's see what they can get done with that one. Right, pit stop, pit lane, and there's actually a fair few of them now starting to come in. Number 7 machine of Anna Thorne, the Nabil Aslan's 38 machine. The 51 machine of Airfield Aslan's. Chris Parks is in. He'll hand on over to Chayar. Chayar is supremely quick as well. So watch that 92 machine come back through the field. Tayo and Superkit, the 72 machine in the lane now. 65-13. So we've got 8 cars that have jumped to the pit lane immediately. Now the biggest issue for the drivers that are jumping to the pit lane early on, track position. If a safety car does fall in this window, and it has a number of times beforehand, what happens is you're effectively stuck a lap down. There's not a huge deal you can do about that. They pause the pit window and will reopen it after the safety car, but for everyone who's lost that lap, well, they've lost that lap. Unless you can get your pit stop in and done and out before you go down a lap. With lap times right near 2 minutes, you've got to be quite close to the front. It's realistically the leaders are the only ones who can get that done.
No problem. Let me go and quickly checking on pit stop times. Because part of it is compensation time. There's modifications to the actual pit stops. That's not. Let's see if I can find the right one. The minimum. Okay, to put it in perspective, the minimum time. This is pit in to pit out, 1 minute 30 seconds. So that is what the drivers must do. Then you've got things like driver pairings, because all the drivers are graded and have adjustments to their pit stop time. If drivers are on their own, there's an extra 4 seconds added. So, for example, Kajonsak here pitting in the number 4 Ford Fiesta. His minimum time from pitting to pit out must be 1 minute and 34 seconds. How about, there you go, straight to work of the team on keeping the car cool at the brakes, but also lifting the bonnet. That Fiesta is a car that's had reliability problems years past. Okay, no, just a quick inspection. That's hopefully a promising sign for Kajonsak. It's your first car having completed the stop and coming back to the circuit, is it? Yep. Maracrit, Manuel Rafael Caceres, 1 minute 57, through the pit lane. They're back out and racing.
Yep, so, right, pit stops right in the middle of the window. Here we go. We'll keep an eye on driver swap now for the 94 machine. That'll be Ong Wai, who will jump behind the wheel. Now we watch and wait as up and down pit lane it gets busy. Number 8 machine now in for their stop. Adapong will stay behind the wheel of the TPK Racing Team Honda CRZ. A little bit of a frantic discussion from the 94 machine. I think they had a few issues with that driver swap potentially. Kajon Sak's going to reform in behind the 34 machine of Funapat. And first pit stops out of the way.
Yeah, well, it's actually over half the field has stopped now. That's kind of important because we're already nearly halfway through the compulsory pit window. So, need to get this done and make sure you are not stuck on an island of your own. There's something there for the wing. Race tape. Yeah, I'm just trying to stitch this car back together. Although that is actually a tyre change, as well, also happening on the left side of the.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I suppose if you're in that hole, you may as well. And stop now completed. 56 machine into the pit lane. Nuchanon will hand on over to Michael as they look to get their service done. Four and a half minutes left on the clock. We are still waiting for pit stops from your top 5. Thanaroj, Chanaknun, Visitpong, Norarat and Thanawit, all yet to come to the pit lane. Also waiting for the 59 machine of Kritapass, turning Kuroki Racing Machine, and I believe the last machine running without a pit stop is Farah and Wong out of 10th spot in the 36 machine. And we now have the first of our race leaders in. Chanik Nunes dived into the lane, and that is a very much walking wounded looking 39, back together and looking a lot more straight in front of.
So as this compulsory stop goes for him in racing turn by Nexter and Liquid Molly group. Driver swap coming up now. Air blowers on the right hand side to brakes. Tyre pressure checks and adjustments perhaps happening on the left hand side of the vehicle. Meanwhile, out of the pit lane, Tanner Korn behind the wheel now, the YK Motorsports 22. Turns to the circuit. So those tyre pressure checks continue around the car on number 55. Also in the lane here, 36 on the screen. This is Farah and Wong. Fire Monkey Motorsport entry. Now that's a team we usually see racing in TSS Supercar categories, joining us here in Super Touring for the first time since we've covered this series, Scott. So bit of movement in the category, cross categories.
Don't mind that. Don't mind that at all. I really enjoy seeing them cross-pollinating a little bit. Right, so the big problem that we have for timing and scoring in the middle of these pit stop windows, we've got to wait for them all to cycle out. Waiting on 2 more cars, Thanaroj and Thanawit, 2 minutes on the clock. And that'll be the 59 machine into the lane, Kritapass. Yeah, so literally the 14 and the 15 are all that's left to go. And I think our race leader, Thanaroj, has now... Is that 2 cars peeling off in the background? It might be him peeling off in the background, actually. There he is, into the pit lane. Right, 1 more car. Out of the lane. He's just crossed the Sector 2 timing line, so he'll be a few moments away from heading to the pit lane as well. Driver swap. Nat Ned will jump back behind the wheel of the number 14.
tweaks. Get yourself comfortable in the seat. Ooh, that little flicker of flame there on the brake.
I don't believe that's might just be paint on the rear rim. I didn't see.
Yeah, okay. Ignore me. Fair enough. It does seem about right now that I look at it again. Right. Just over a minute left to come into the pit lane to start your compulsory stop.
Certainly worried about that front left brake, aren't they? And I think that'll be the last car in a pit lane. Right, so that'll be the field cleansed, and we'll wait until they cross the start-finish line next time by to actually get an accurate representation of what our field looks like.
Timing sectors updating. Sorry, gaps and positions updated at timing sector beams. It'll take a bit to know for certain who is where and who's in the drivers. So right on the 1 minute 30 minimum stop time is the 14 car, and look at the margin they've made in the pit cycle. Those cars were practically glued together, give or take a second. There's now at least 3 or 4 seconds in between them here in this process. As the pit window shuts, the only car left to finish serving the compulsory stop is the 15-0 demonstrating Team Thailand, which is on the lane.
Right, so yep, we're just waiting for timing to update now, and we'll have a better picture of where the race sits. Through the first pit stop window of the season for Super Touring. Who is going to have speed, who is going to be chasing speed, and who is going to be chasing results at the back end of this one is the questions we need to answer. It's been an update that's come through from race control as well. It's a very liberal definition of the track limits there for the 14 of Natanid. There you go. Team members down in the pit lane watching on. But there is Tanner Rodge. Or, mind you, it could be one of a couple of YK Motorsports drivers. Certainly check the box for Stin. Oh, that's a huge lock up. That's going to put a big mark on that right rear tyre. Right, watch out for that. Something that's going to need to be managed over the next little while. Speaking of duct tape, and as I was saying, the message from race control, there's a bit of an answer as to why the number 39 Wing Hin Motorsports and Ruck Team Toyota Yaris had all its front bumper in a disarray. They've apparently been involved in an incident back at turn 5 is what triggered all of that. The answer from race control, drive-through penalty for some driving infringement. There it is, laid out on the board at the start-finish line. So 39 is going to have to heel in, and there you go. In fact, they've notified perhaps and down the to take that drive-through now. As yes, I see it possibly that there's been pit stop times under investigation, in addition to a 5-second time penalty. The number 94 car of Kai Roulannois and Ongwai, next to an RMR Motorsports Honda City. The 94's got a penalty for crossing pit entry line incorrectly. 39 rejoins the race. But pit stop times under investigation. I can see a couple of cars that are short on their stop, and the critical thing here is that if you are short on the stop time, it's not a time penalty you have to serve. It's a stop and go penalty time that you are short by. So it is very harsh if you get that wrong in these 60-minute CPS races. So to explain for the audience at home, if you're short by a second on the transit time, and remember, that is the time from pit lane entry to pit lane exit we're tracking here. We're not actually tracking the time stopped in the box. It's the time from pit lane entry to pit lane exit. If you're short by a second, you have to come back in, stop in your box for 1 second, and then you're allowed to go. And they track that by the stopped time for serving the second half of that penalty. So... a few of them under investigation. You've just seen what I've seen as well.
Yep, and it's critically for a car running in the top 5. Punapat Punsub, the R-Addict Sky Gallery Honda CRZ number 34 there in the back of this shot. 3 seconds short on the compulsory pit stop transit time. So they will have to come in, stop for another 3 seconds to clear that penalty there. And in addition to them, further on down the order, the Insane Motorsport by ZIC Honda ZRZ of Chalanchicha and Namkanech, the 65, were 5 seconds short of the minimum stop time for their car. So they've got to come in, serve a 5-second stop and go penalty. So they're, I think, the only cars that I can see that would be at risk of infringement, as there is that 65 machine on screen. So 2 teams, unfortunately, have got the timings wrong on the compulsory pit stop transit. They are going to have been dealt already a hammer blow race control for it.
Yep, so unfortunate, but them's the brakes. You've got to track.
Oh.
That is the 14 machine with a left front tyre flat. That is your race leader, who will be having to come back to the pit lane and get that one repaired. They were in the lead by about 7 seconds before this moment, but Nat and Ed, the pace was high on this car. You wonder if it wasn't a fraction too high. Left front tyre cops the biggest beating around the Chang International Circuit. And that is a very, very slow drive and a crawl back to pit lane for Nat and Ed. Now, the benefit is they had about 40 seconds over third place. How much are they going to lose on the run back in? How much are they going to lose in the tyre change as well? The crew will be standing by ready to get that one changed, but that is a long, long crawl. It's lucky though, it doesn't look like the tyres are flinging around too quickly. It's not doing damage to the bodywork of that car as well, so it might just be a tyre change. They might be okay.
That's what we expect. So straight to work on swapping out the front left. How's that? Steam off the brakes. Tyre, thankfully, ready as in comes the 34 of Punapat Punsub to serve 3-second stop and go penalty for a short service. All done, clear to go. Get out of here. See where you end back up as. Yeah, how's that for doing a number on a tyre there? Completely. That one clean off. Not much left of the rubber part.
At least it hung on to get back to the pit lanes. The job done. Now we have the tough job of trying to bring that left front tyre up to temperature, keeping the laps up. I think he's fallen outside the top 10. But the good news is pace was good to try and catch. So we'll keep an eye on where the margin is. He's going to blend back in front of, that looks like Chaya in the 92 machine. So new race leader, Fenapatra. A little bit of a margin back to Anawat in the 66 machine in second place. So it all has kicked off at different points in this race. And I do believe it's going to all kick off again before we're done.
Calling it a little gap is a bit of an understatement now, because there's Anawat coming out of turn 11. Meanwhile, your race leader probably turns 2 and 3 at this point. Final corner, approaching the final quarter of this race. Let's see here. Have Sochi. Oh no, another slow car. 56.
That's the Mazda.
The Mazda that's new to the series this season. Here it seems. in limp mode, it seems. Michael Freeman. Oh! Second YK Motorsports trouble. This one's bodywork than a tyre, but flapping around. Got to be careful of that there for the number 7 of Anderson, because either it rips off, and actually that's actually what you need. You need that to rip off now. That floats around, gets on a tyre. That could be bad, but also critically, if a mechanical black and orange flag is displayed for that loose bodywork, that's going to end their race. Currently sitting in 3rd.
Worst thing, you don't want it to prop up the rear tyres. You just try and step on the brake pedal either. Sometimes you can just trip it over it. It's a good opportunity to do some bodywork damage towards the back end of the car as well. But staying out of the way at the moment. The problem is turn 4 is going to be a left-hander, and that's where he's at danger of feeding that side skirt underneath, and he'll have no knowledge that that's hanging at the moment as well, because there'll be not a mirror that'll be showing him that one.
Yeah, the only way you're knowing that. Oh, that's all close to their left tyre. Turn 4 is just short enough, but it's not. Jeez, this is a very fascinating race in slightly unexpected way when it comes to the fact that we've got bodywork falling off cars, teams unfortunately not getting the compulsory stop rules, times nailed down to a T and being penalised for that. But there is some still close racing on track. How about this here? John Sack trying to fend off Nadal, in 25. Now this is a bit of an odd one because they weren't close earlier on in the lap.
No!
The race leader!
Rear. The rim's gone!
It's gone! Where's the whole tyre?
Not a flat tyre, it's a complete rim missing.
The 3 wheels on the wagon. Then, okay. There it is. On the approach to turn 3? Possibly? Can't quite tell. Oh, the right hand is going to be miserable. Oh, he's not going to be able to hang on to it. Oh, that car's going for the gravel.
That'll be beach. There's no way you'll get that one out of there, and that will trigger a safety car as well. The field's going to be neutralised, Dan. We're going to get a restart somewhere around 8 minutes to go, and everyone's going to be line astern.
For a second there, I thought Tanner Patra had a handle on that one as a flat right.
There's got to be debris out there, surely. Surely there's a bit of debris. But that doesn't explain...
a tyre coming off the 55 entirely.
Yeah.
What are we witnessing here in Super Touring? It's not quite the racing that I was hoping we'd be able to show, but it's certainly providing the drama of its own variety as the inevitable does indeed come out with the safety car boards and flags. Schottenden and Anawat, the next RMR Motorsport number 66, will inherit the race lead out of all of this madness. And I'm just trying to remember, was the 14 car that... Yes, because they already had it. They already had a flat tyre. Then they've had a second flat on the other side of the car. So they've had both front tyres go flat. Unfortunately, we don't know the reasons. So Marshall's thing, yeah, this is on the infield here, picking up the 55 of Tanapatra. For a moment there, I thought possibly he was going to hang on to that one there. But, of course, I'd watched him drive it through left-hand turns where the weight's not on that inside rear tyre. The moment we get to a right-hand turn, of course, and the car leans out onto nothing. Goodbye all sense of balance, let alone.
My word, this race So he's going to give it a ride back to pit lane. We're going to pick up the new race leader. Chotnin was sitting comfy in 3rd spot, and now he's got the lead of the race. And this is... Hey, hang on, there's a tyre off that car. Hang on, that car's backwards in the gravel as well. 3 wheels. Why? Sure, if one of the nuts had been loose, that's fine. That's why you've got the rest of them there to keep it on. So, but there's been a major failure of some description.
And the shame just with this, we don't know for certain exactly where the tyres come off, and unfortunately we don't have a replay angle there of the moment the tyre dropped off that car. We think it has to be on the approach 3.
Yeah, I reckon it might be the exit of turn 3. I don't reckon it's the. I reckon it's the outside of turn 3 of the exit. Now I know it's obviously impossible to do, but can we get a missing notification for the 4th tyre off that car? We get a missing notification when the car doesn't make the end of a sector, but the tyre made one less sector than the car.
Yes.
Good news is, gravel did its job. Car didn't make the fence. Driver is okay.
Bit of a thrill ride there through turn 7. Also good news, you can see that the recovery team have got that car out of the gravel already and taking it back to behind the wall. So I get the feeling, if there's nothing else that needs review on the circuit when it comes to the track state or any debris that might be triggering the tyre punctures you're seeing on other cars. Now, that shot there of that left rear, did I not see a brake system at all either on that? I wish I could rewind and have a look at that. I mean, actually, I suppose I technically could, but I probably shouldn't. I could have sworn I just saw a lack of completely missing, no brake assembly. Hang on, actually I can go look at this. Well, unless you pull up the stream or have a look elsewhere.
I'm going to send down on a research mission, ladies and gents.
I'm going to go have a hunt. Just have a look at that shot. God, I was...
Tell you what, Reese isn't going to believe us when we tell him what he missed out on tomorrow. He gets back for... We'll see how that all unwinds. Safety car coming in this lap now that we've got that machine removed from the gravel trap. New order, by the way. I think there might be some lapped cars in the middle of this one, so we'll try and have a bit of a look about what's going on. Race leader is the 66 machine of Anawat. Anason Silhouette Siri in the 7 machine becomes P2. Thanakorn P3. 25 of Nardole. John Sack looks like he's had some dramas as he's dropped all the way back to 8th spot at the moment. But we have a heavily shuffled order at the moment as we try and pick up pieces of what's about to unfold on this restart.
Okay, I'm ready with my assessment 5.
Mm-hmm.
There was a brake caliper still on that car, but the brake disc not on that left rear corner. I don't think. That has somehow departed the car along with the entire tyres. Can't be certain of that fact, because unfortunately I'm watching our stream that we're sending out to the TSS YouTube page, which is a rebroadcast of the feed we receive. So 2 levels of YouTube compression and stuff mean it's not a super crisp shot, but I'm reasonably certain that there was no brake disc remaining on the left rear of the field. Nevertheless, that's now in the past. It's time to focus on what racing will remain here. We're going to have about 6 minutes and 15 seconds or so, and as the safety car is approaching pit entry, your race leader, Anawat's going to put the hammer down and go chase it early and build a very nice gap to the YK Motorsports cars in behind. You've got Anasorn and Tanakorn in the 7 and 22. Can they spoil the Nexter and RMR Motorsport party here at the front of the field? Round the final turn, we get this race underway once again. It is indeed down to about 6 minutes plus one final lap. There is still the question of that loose bodywork on the number 7, but nothing coming of it so far from race control.
No, so we'll watch, we'll wait. Let's see if there's anything done. And I wonder whether or not it might have solved itself underneath that safety car as well. Nope, there it is. Still on driver's left, our right of that shot on the run down to turn number 3. And still potentially causing issues for the YK Motorsports machine. In the meantime, Anawat has control of the race. What's he going to do? Is he going to try and leave him for dead? Has he got the tyre underneath him? Is there concern about tyres lasting the journey? Although some temperature and pressure would have come out of them under that safety car period for sure. Would have cooled off. Chayar also on a drive back through the field at the moment. It's gotten his way back up to 9th spot after teaming up with Chase Chakras Parks.
Timing tower, several cars don't have a gap next to their name, either transponder issue or they've dropped off somewhere. But based on the fact our cameras haven't cut to a car stopped on circuit, I'm going to go with
That
transponder issue.
was a lot of understeer out of that 22 machine. Did you see that now?
I sure did. They are flinging these cars in, and they are not responding straight away on the restart lap.
So either tyre temperature or potentially slow leak is the risk that you run when you're seeing performance like that. The 14 machine still trying to cut their way back through the field. On the lead lap, Nat Ned behind the wheel. We'll try and get aggressive, try and pick off some more spots. 65 machine back to pit lane.
And that restarted up the order too.
Yeah. They're about 5th spot or so.
Something along that line is John Sachs being swallowed up on the run out of turn 1. That's 3 positions lost in a single stroke. At 65 back out on track. That's their second stop. No, apologies, that was them actually serving their 5-second stop and go penalty. So they hadn't actually got their penalty served. So that's a double whammy to have to wait post restart and compression of the field to get that one out of the way. So that's because John Sack far right of the circuit. I don't like the look of that positioning, but we cut back up the field to Nardole, 4th place. For Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. He's got, though, Super Kit looking to put pressure on. Seeing a Motorsport Team Thailand also jumping down to Super Touring this year in that Honda CRZ in behind. We usually see them racing again in Supercar GT3 and GTM.
Yeah, expansion from a number of the teams, always good to see.
Through 9 and possibly compromising the run through 10 and 11. Super Kit there, and Asthorn is right there in the second Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry. Coming up now to presumably start the penultimate. Actually, oh no, the leader's right there. We might still have 3 laps to go here. They're lapping 1 minute 59s. No, this is not the penultimate. We've got 3 laps to go here based on the clock and the positioning of the leaders. So there is still time to make moves in this race if you've got the car underneath you to do it.
Yep, so for the meantime, 25 machine of Nardole sits 4th place on the road. We watch along with him. Margin for our race leader is 2.5 seconds, nearly 4 seconds back to 3rd place as well. And then there's a bit of a margin back here to Nardole, who is currently being tracked down by Superkit. Brake lock up for Ayrton Asdathorn in the background as well on the 51 machine. So Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, 2 cars inside of the top 6. Trying to make it 2 cars inside the top 5, although Superkit in the 72 machine is trying to spoil that party.
So we've got 34. Punapat Punsub back up to 7th place, despite having to take an additional pit stop, and that's a slow-moving CRZ. 98 there on the door on the windows. It's Bank Rawasin, the bank and friend. Fortunately, down in 21st place. Last timing's been and going slow. I believe the timing screen shows him still moving, but slow on the approach to the turn. Maybe momentary, maybe not, unsure on that one there. Anawat though, gap still holding in the 2-second bracket. He will not see the final lap board this time around because we have 15 seconds remaining. So yet to start lap 29, and we'll stretch this one to a 30-lap race here today in Super Touring for the opening race of the season as well for these cars. All the drivers not see the final lap board even though the clock has reached 0. So got time to make something of this if you've got the car underneath you, you've got the tyres underneath you. Clearly, some teams, tyres are a challenge and a liability more so than others. Back to the leader, bit of a lock. Carries on as they were out of turn 3.
Yep, still keeping an eye on that battle as well for 4th through 7th now. As I'm seeing the 34 machine of Funapat start to roam in on them. He was the fastest of that group, and he was about a second faster than the bulk of that group. 8 tenths to a second faster than that group. So he is within a shot of running them down. Fastest first sector and fastest run to turn 3 on the current lap. Nataned in the 14 machine after their issues with the tyre. He went at 57. He took 3 seconds out of the car ahead of him on the road. He's 3 seconds behind Chayar at the moment. So there is every opportunity for the 14 machine to find its way back inside the top 10.
It'd be pretty big there. Picked up 1.6 seconds in the opening sector. And like to put it in sector 1 at Chang here is start, finish straight, turn 1, most of the straight to turn 3. That's it. 1 braking zone, 1 medium speed corner, and 2 straightaways is all you've got to worry about in that opening sector. And to pull 1.6 seconds there, I mean, he was up by 8 kilometers an hour at the speed trap, so that really does tell you a lot about that one there. As this time round, Anawat will see the final lap board at the start-finish line as he ticks off the 29th lap of the race. And the screen's update there is back further in this battle between Toyota Gazoo Racing and Singapore Motorsport Team Thailand. Fights here, the battle for a spot in the top 5. Superkit's lost the tail of Nardole somewhat, and Ayrton Asdathorn has a chance to get inside the 5. Does he have something left in the 51 to make it work? In the last lap, 4 tenths faster, the car right in front of him, so maybe there's a chance.
I'll tell you what, Nataned's actually made a bunch of spots. We'll have to keep an eye out for the 14 machine on this final lap because he was supremely quick last time by. Problem is he won't run down. This is the next pack he's trying to run down at the moment. Have a look at Asdathorn trying to get underneath of the 72 machine at the moment. They will go side by side on the run out of turn 3, but not quite the horsepower he's looking for.
That needs through for 8th.
Yeah, Nataned has managed to pick up a couple more spots. 8th spot now for him. He chases these guys down on the run of turn 4. A little bit faster a straight line, the 72 machine, but the 51 is quicker under brakes, and he'll make a big dive at turn 5. Gets it underneath. Can he keep it on the road? Yes, he does. Out the other side, 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand cars inside the top 5, inside the last lap of the race. margin at the start of the lap for your race. Oh, there's a tyre down on that car now.
And that Nick got up to 7th as well. There's been a problem for putting up out in the final lap, so 6th place even now for Nat Nid. The recovery for that third YK Motorsports car has been nothing short of miraculous in the final 2 laps. But for Chotnin and Anna Watt, huge crash! Somewhere around the circuit, I think around turn 5 or turn 6, but at the final corner, Anna Watt's going to be able to cruise it home. He backs off so much that Anasaur nearly catches him up for 2nd place, and Tanakorn will take 3rd for YK Motorsports. Then Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand duo to round out the top 5. Now, who was that we had on picture there?
Athapong, he's gone missing. We haven't found him at the 2nd sector time, so we're hoping. Obviously, there's a car parked up, so obviously somebody's been impacted.
Oh,
that is the number 8. That's a big accident. Look at the right front tire off that car. Look at the door damage. The damage. To the door. He's hit the door of whoever that other car was as well. He was slow in sector 2. The 79 machine of Sarah Wood was very slow in sector 2.
And a Honda City, yeah,
surprised me.
That's a...
Look at the damage. That's a huge incident.
Yet to see something like that in quite some time here. There's confirmation at turn 5 where that's all happened on this final lap of the race. Athapong involved in a huge wreck. Sarah Wood, very least, possibly others involved too. It's a little unclear, but at the front of the field, Chotton and Anawat take the first win of the season in Super Touring. Anna Sorn have to settle for 2nd place with Verovic and Tanakorn there to round out your podium as top 10. Main thing there for me, the fact that 2 tyre failures, Tanner Roge and Nat Ned, helped a bit by a safety car, yes, still make their way back to 6th place.
Jeez. Man, this series just never fails to deliver, does it? We keep seeing just weird and wonderful things that do happen across the duration. That's why we love car racing. You just don't know what's going to happen. No further investigation for the incident at turn 5, which we're assuming was the number 8. Coming together with a 79, which we have no further word on right now, but we'll get you an update when we have that. But that is everything to the lunch break. Gee, just wow, what? We'll be picking this one apart, I think, for the entirety of the lunch break, because this is we've got an hour to walk away, and also don't forget that from any time from now is when those tyres are due to start getting darker on location at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. From here on out for the rest of the day, chances of rain supposed to climb.
Going to be very crazy, to put it mildly. And yeah, so we're just waiting to wrap things up here shortly, and then we'll return once the interviews here are done after about an hour's break for Super Touring, and then we'll be able to power on through the final 4 races of the day, which, if you missed us go over the schedule earlier, will be Thailand Super Pickup Division 2, the Class C drivers, then our first TSS Supercar race, GT4, GTC combined for 60 minutes, comes second after the break. Then F4 Southeast Asia return for their second race of the weekend. And we finish today's racing action with the big boys in TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM. We have ourselves two 1-hour races, and then 2 races with a 30-minute maximum imposed on them as well. So we're looking at still about 3 hours racing coverage. Goody talking to the drivers here. I'll just turn that. Won't have anything we'll be able to hear of this one today, Scott, though. In case it does, keep half an on it, but it's not quite the same racing I was sort of highlighting beforehand, thinking that Super Eco was one of the highlights of the day there with how well they all raced together. Super Touring brought its own kind of breed of racing, something quite different. And then, yeah, big cars. And the fact that we've had a and obviously the big changes, obviously we'll maybe save them for after the lunch break and talk more, but also the reshuffling of the supercar GT category. One of the things we'll talk about now, the fact that GTM has been moved out of a pairing GT4 to share with GT3, and GTC has been dropped as a sprint category up and moved up into the 60 category. Take the spot that
So a few different pieces and shuffling sideways, realistically, when you think about it.
It removes a race from the schedule without removing a class from the schedule.
Yeah. Which is important, given that we've moved the ecos and the pickups to 3 races across the round as well. So trying to find time to get more of those races in. So had to be some shuffling there and thereabouts at some point. Righto. Actual fact, ladies and gentlemen, we might leave you here with the interviews from Goody before we head to the lunch break, and then keep your eyes out because the highlights reel will be just after those. We'll be back in a short time with all of your afternoon's racing action. Throw at your Thailand Super Series, day number 2 of racing action for 2025.
สนุกดีครับถ้าใครอยากลองก็มาลองขับรถแข่งนะครับและฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับอนุสรณ์ อาศิรเลิศนะครับและอันดับที่1นะฮะเป็นของชายโชตินินและอันนี้ว่าล้อมหาดไทยแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับโอ้โหเป็นยังไงบ้างครับโอ้สนุกครับตื่นเต้นครับลุ้นทุกนาทีเลยครับเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยบรรยากาศการขับแข่งวันนี้ก็พยายามรักษาเพสตัวเองให้ดีที่สุดนะครับแล้วก็เก็บของไว้ให้พี่ใหม่ให้มากที่สุดเพราะว่าเป็นโปรไดเวอร์ของผมเนาะก็ต้องเอาทุกอย่างที่มีเหลือให้เยอะที่สุดแล้วก็ทำให้ดีที่สุดส่งต่อให้เขาที่เหลือเป็นหน้าที่ของเขาแล้วสตินแรกเจออะไรวะสตินแรกเหรอครับก็เจอไม่ค่อยมีเหตุการณ์อะไรตื่นเต้นก็มีจะโดนไล่แซงกันมีจังหวะเกียร์เข้าไม่ได้บ้างอะไรบ้างครับแต่ก็กลับมาอยู่ที่4ก่อนเข้ามาที่เปลี่ยนตัวครับก็โอเคครับโอเคพี่ใหม่หายเลยครับหายแล้วโอเคเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสติง2รับไม้ต่อจากชายงานผมค่อนข้างไม่ยากเพราะว่าเขาก็เตรียมกันไว้หมดเรียบร้อยแล้วเราแค่ทำตามคำสั่งขับตามเพสที่เรารับคำสั่งมาแล้วก็ประกอบกับว่าเราโชคดีด้วยที่ผู้นำ2 คันก็เป็นทีมพี่หมัดM&Mแล้วก็ทีเบฟ YK เพื่อนผมเอง ก็เลยโชคดีที่เราอยู่ในโพเดียมที่1ครับก็ถือว่าประสบความสำเร็จในวันนี้นะครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับขอบคุณมากครับแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์นะครับทีมร่มไม้ริมนาเน็กเซอร์นะครับในสนามถัดไปมันเป็นพรุ่งนี้ครับพรุ่งนี้ก็จะสลับมือขับกันครับพรุ่งนี้เป็นผมที่ออกตัวคนแรกครับก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับผมไอมาเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับบายร่มไม้ริมนาครับผมไปได้จากกับทีม Nexter นะครับในปีนี้ครับขอบคุณมากขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับโหแน่นอนครับคุณผู้ชมครับก็ได้แชมป์มาเป็นที่เรียบร้อยนะครับกับร่มไม้ริมนานะครับกับชายโชตินินแล้วก็ใบอนิวัฒน์ล้อมมหาดไทยนะครับแต่ความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับยังมีอีกหลายรุ่นนะครับที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นและแน่นอนนะครับในช่วงของไฮไลท์กับบรรยากาศของ Hot Lap ติดตามกันให้ดีครับ
to you.